Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Dr.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
We're going to start in a couple of minutes. Hello, Serik. Nursultan has his video on.
Hello, Dr. Boy. Nice to see you.
Yeah, can't you see me? No?
Yeah. You look good, Nursultan.
Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Nice to see you, Ludmila.
Yeah. So early in the morning for me, you know.
Oh,
6 o'clock in the
Oh.
morning here.
yeah, you're very
Good morning.
brave.
Yeah.
Really an early bird.
Yeah, early bird. So you
morning,
see
Miss
what I
Donna.
all
Good
do for
morning.
the German Kazakh University.
Sure.
Good morning, Miss Donna.
Armısızlar, ханымдар мен мырзалар, армысыздар, құрметті әріптестер. Бүгінгі конференциямызға қош келдіңіздер. Good morning, everyone. One more time. My name is Бақытгүл Тұқбергенова. I said a few words in the Kazakh language, so our foreign guests could hear the sound of it. Well, let me now give the floor to the president of Deutsch-Kasachische Universität, Frau Gabriele Stauner. Ich freue mich, Frau Stauner, heute Morgen Sie zu sehen. It is very early in Germany. The floor is yours.
Vielen Dank. Thank you very much, Bartul. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, as president of the Deutsch-Kasachische Universität Almaty, I'm very honored to welcome you to the online conference Learning Languages in a Digitalized Environment, which is organized by our Institute of Language Training and Certification of our university. I'm very glad to welcome to this event my esteemed colleague and Vice Rector Serik Baymenbetov, our 4 keynote speakers, the participants of the previous conference, and all former colleagues studying and researching in this field. A warm welcome also to the 2 colleagues hosting the event today. Language education, dear colleagues, is of special importance in the teaching program of the Deutsch-Kasachische University, now and since the very beginning of our work 20 years ago. Language in general is not only an instrument of human expression, it is furthermore a sign of culture, development, and civilization. And the knowledge of different languages enables us to understand each other, to dive in the culture and civilization of various peoples. During many centuries, a lot of different languages developed and reflect the characteristics and special skills of people. Different languages and the ability to express ourselves in different languages is an enrichment in our modern global world. In Europe, we call it unity in diversity. A human being is a human being just because of the language. So a famous saying of Johann Gottfried Herder, a German philosopher and poet of the 18th century. On the other hand, we all know the saying of the Little Prince in the famous book of Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, the language is the source of all misunderstanding. In any way, a saying from Georgia, as more languages you speak, as greater you are as human being, fits perfectly to our philosophy to teach different languages in order to make our world better, and at the same time brings us closer together. The COVID-19 pandemic is a special challenge, of course, for learning languages, because in general, you learn a language by speaking directly to your teacher, partner, friend, and so on. The COVID virus restrains us from this direct contact and forces us to teach and learn in front of an impersonal lab. A lot of acoustic color and facial expression gets lost. The more challenging, the more astonishing, in my eyes, is the fact that a lot of language institutes and schools in Germany, for example, report an enormous increase of people wanting to learn languages or improve their language skills. Isn't that interesting in these times? As surveys report, people who now learn foreign languages want to use the time wisely to prepare themselves for upcoming better times. That means times after the pandemic. A wonderful idea in my eyes. And this conference can help all the people in finding the best methods and practices to reach their aims successfully. I wish you fruitful discussions, a lot of new and useful ideas, and hope to see you again, face to face, in better times after the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stauner. I think it is really a very interesting fact. If people in those times are switching to seek more opportunities to learn foreign languages. Thank you for your kind words. So now I would like to give the floor to Serik Biminbetov, my colleague. Serik is Vice Rector for Research and Technology Transfer at Deutsch-Kasachische Universität. Please, Serik.
Thank you, Bhaktigul. Thank you to everyone. So I'm afraid that there is nothing to add to what President Stauner has said, just said. So it was excellent, so Ms. Stauner. So, but anyway, so dear ladies and gentlemen, so it's my pleasure to join this conference and to welcome, or to say a few words of welcome on my behalf and on behalf of the German Catholic University. I'm pleased to welcome you to this virtual conference and thank you for inviting me to the Bhaktigul. So the title is very great. So learning language in a digitalized environment is very topical issue that we have to discuss right now. And so I'm grateful that you have accepted, our invitation, and would like to express my gratitude for your unwavering and continuous support and commitment to the cooperation with the Catholic German University. It's the aim of our conference, as Bhaktigul has will certainly point out a bit later, is to elicit research and training needs in the field of foreign languages through dialogue between various stakeholders in academia and research, to exchange experiences in teaching foreign languages between various language teachers and form possible partnerships. Having said that, I must emphasize that the Catholic University strives to become a valuable partner for universities, research institutes, and public institutions in the field of language training and research. Specifically for the field of foreign languages, we at the German Catholic University have established, I must say, with immense support of our partners, such as Schmalkalden University for Applied Sciences, and the funding from the German Deutsch Akademische Austauschdienst, the Foreign Languages and Certificate Institute, which is intended to develop into an important, how to say it, juncture for research collaboration, education, and training in the field of foreign languages. With this conference, we want to identify the needs and opportunities for cooperation in the field of foreign languages, learn from the experience of our partner universities, as well as to address possible bottlenecks for expanding our activities in future. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to wish you all of us, a fruitful discussion today, and I look forward to further collaboration with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cedric, very much for your nice words.
My pleasure.
Cedric is a true representative of this university. He, well, in terms of languages, as far as I know, speaks very fluent several languages, including English, as you heard, including German as well, and Kazakh, I'm sure, and perfect Russian, of course. And as my colleagues told you, dear guests, our university does have those aims and issues in terms of learning and teaching languages. As you heard, we have a number of partners in Germany, based in Germany, because we are, again, Deutsch-Kasachische Universität. And yes, we are seeking ways of improving the ways to teach languages, foreign languages. And at our university, two languages are taught. Those are German and English simultaneously. All right, so going back to the conference procedures, today me and my colleague Nursultan, you can see him. Can you?
Yeah.
Do you
Hello.
want to wave? Right. Yes. So my colleague Nursultan Ashirimbetov,
Yeah.
we are going to lead you through plenary sessions up until well after 2:30 Almaty time. And then our colleagues from among the speakers are going to chair the two concurrent sessions. So, Nursultan, if you want to say a few words.
Yeah, hello everyone, one more time. So my name is Nursultan, and I'm as well the representative of the Deutsch-Kasachische Universität. And I work as the teacher of English here. So so I think without any further delay, let's start with the keynote speakers. So the first speaker today is Gary Barkhuizen. So let me just introduce you with the professor. So he is the professor of applied linguistics at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. And Gary got like the works in the fields of teacher education, language teacher, and learner identity, study abroad, and narrative inquiry. And so he received the TESOL International Distinguished Research Award in 2017. And the theme of the presentation today is communicating and reflecting on identities in the language classroom. Professor, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you very much, and good evening and good morning to you wherever you are. I'm here in Auckland in New Zealand, and it's just past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's a very nice time for me at the end of the day to start a conference. It's very nice to see you all, and I want to thank the organizers, the organizing team of the conference for inviting me. And to thank the distinguished hosts who opened the conference for their very kind words and also their words about language. And of course, I'm going to be talking about language today and how that relates to identity. So without further ado, let me see if I can share my screen with you. That's always a bit of a challenge because I've got two monitors here and things tend to jump around. So what I'm trying to do, let me, just give me a minute and sorry, I will finally get there. Sharing screen, so you can see that screen, but that's not the one.
You can see it.
Do you see, what screen do you see? Do you see the full screen?
A part of it, slide 33.
No, you're seeing the wrong one. So let me stop sharing. I need to get to screen 2. But for some reason,
It must be the last one.
we're right at the end. So I'll just go back to the beginning. There we are. So you see screen 2, right? You see the full presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for that. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today on communicating and reflecting on identities in the language classroom. And why I think this is an important topic is that in this particular time that we're all living through, this time of disruption in our lives, a lot of us has moved online with our teaching. We in different teaching contexts. We are moving into digital teaching platforms. Our lives as teachers have been disrupted. We've gone through transitions. We've gone through changes. That means our teaching practices have changed. And sometimes they've changed and we've moved forward. And then we've gone back to what we did. We moved into lockdown and out of lockdown. That's certainly been the case with us here in New Zealand. And we've been thinking maybe we can go to the way we always taught before 2020. But then we're thinking that's probably unlikely. And now we have to change our teaching. And so we're in this constant state of where are we? What are we doing with our practice? And that has implications for who we are and for our learners, who our language learners are as language learners. So when I say who we are, I'm talking about identity. So in what I'm going to be talking about today, I want to talk about the relationship between language learning and language teaching, and identity, the learner's identity and the teacher's identity. Because as I've just said, no matter what our teaching arrangements are and what our learning arrangements are of language, English, German, Russian, whatever the language is, our identities are central to what we do in classrooms or online, on the internet, at home, whatever the case may be. So if you have a look at this outline, I've got 45 minutes, I know that. I will start by talking about very briefly what I mean by identity. And then I will talk about how we can go about communicating identities in the classroom, how we can use identity as a topic in the classroom, in the language classroom. So yes, it's a language classroom, but how do we bring in identity as a topic of discussion to reflect on our identities and our changing identities in the language classroom? And at the same time, not just the learners, but also the teachers reflecting on identities. And then I want to move on to ways in which teachers can reflect a little more systematically about identity, to inquire, perhaps doing some teacher research on identity. And I'll suggest one way that's a teacher-friendly way of doing research on identity, either on one's own identity, teacher identity, or on learner's identity, which I call short story analysis. And if there's time, I can suggest some recent topics for researching identity in the classroom and beyond the classroom in school as well. So that's what I hope to cover today. That's quite a lot. I'll see how quickly I can go. And if I finish, I finish. If I don't, that's fine. We will have a good discussion anyway. So just briefly, some of you may be very familiar with this definition or this description of what identity is from Bonnie Norton. She introduced this definition a long time ago, but more recently, almost 10 years ago now, she restated it in her book on language learning and identity. And she says, I use the term identity to reference how a person understands his or her relationship to the world. So that is important. Identity is not something that's fixed, the way we look or the way we get told who we are. but rather it's our relationship with the world, how we understand our relationship with the world. That means relationship, it's always changing, right? Our relationships with other people, with objects, with things are always changing. So identity is something that changes as our relationship with the world and the people in the world changes. And she goes on how that relationship is constructed. It's constructed, we work on developing an identity. It's constructed across time and space. Over time, it can be short time in the process of an interaction with someone, or it can be over time, over a teaching career, or over learning language over a semester, or over 2 semesters, or over an academic year, for example, and how the person understands possibilities for the future. And that has this time dimension. So that when we are learning language, we're not just learning language for now, but we're also learning language for the future. And so our identities relate not only to now, but our identities relate to the future. I've already mentioned language, and this is an important part of Bonnie Norton's definition. She goes on, it is through language that a person negotiates a sense of self within and across different sites at different points in time. So the way we negotiate, the way we work on our identity, on constructing our identity, is through language. Of course, there are also other ways that we construct our identity, through the way we look, through the way we dress, through the way we use our hands, and so on. And so language is one of the semiotic means in which we negotiate, we work at our identity, the way in which we work at constructing our identities. So as you can see from this definition of identity, it's something that's negotiated, it's something that's moving, it's dynamic, it's not fixed and essential, and we're not stuck with the same identity, and that's important. What then does this identity, this idea of identity, mean for language learning and language teaching? Well, when learners invest in language learning, and this is an important word that Bonnie Norton uses, when a learner invests in language learning, they expect some yield, they expect some return. So, when you put money in the bank and you deposit money in the bank, you expect some interest, right? You expect to get something out of it. It's the same with language. When you invest in language learning, in the time, in the effort, in the hard work, you commit to language learning, you expect to get something out of it, something in return. And this investment that Norton talks about, this refers to the learner's commitment and the choices they make and the desires that they have. All right, so these words, commitment and desire, relate to how learners invest in their language learning. They're investing in their futures as learners, how they imagine themselves in the future. So when you invest in learning a language, you say, I'm investing in this time and this energy, but what I'm doing is I'm imagining myself in the future as someone who can communicate in that language, who may be able to get a better job, who may be able to make progress in my school, who may be able to get into university, or whatever the case may be. At the same time, and this is this last point over here, investing in language learning means investing in identities. So learners change who they are because they are learning language. That makes sense, right? If you think about it. When you learn another language or multiple languages, you change who you are because of those languages that you have learned. So the investment in learning language is also an investment in identity. So you change who you are as a person. And that change is continuous. It's forever changing as you are learning and using that additional language that you have learned. So it makes sense, therefore, that identity should be a focus in the classroom, in the language classroom. If language is important for identity, if language changes who we are as we learn language, then it seems to make sense that language and identity should both be focused on in the language classroom. So learners then should pay attention in the language classroom to their changing identities. They should reflect on their identities, be aware of them. How am I changing as I'm learning language? What questions do I have about who I am now that I'm learning language? They should explore their identities. And I've said question twice there, because it's important to question your identities as you acquire and learn another language. And there's long been a call to include or integrate identity into classroom language learning activities. I don't know if some of you have read any academic articles, research articles on language and identity, and many of them end with the implication section saying, we really need to include identity in the curriculum, in our lessons, in our lesson planning, at school, at university, in our teacher education programs. So there's been this constant call to include a focus on identity in the language classroom as part of the language learning activities. So what a colleague and I did, Pat Strauss, last year we published this book called Communicating Identities, in which we've got a number of activities, 48 activities designed for communicative language classrooms. Communicative language classrooms, a focus on language, but in each activity, the topic focus is identity. So it's all about focusing on identity in the language classroom, although the focus is, again, it's a language classroom, and these are communicative language teaching activities. So as I've got at the bottom here, communicative activities that focus on learner identities. And what we've done in the book is we've divided it up into 4 different facets, 4 different aspects of identities. And I just want to explain these different facets to you, and then I will show you some examples of these activities in the book. And the purpose is not to make you go and buy the book. The purpose is rather to show you some examples so that you can design some of these activities yourself. If you feel that you would like to include some identity-related activities in your language classroom. So I'll just show you some of these activities. But before I do that, I just want to explain what we mean in the book by these 4 different types of identities, or these 4 different aspects to identity: reflecting, projecting, recognizing, and imagining. And it's quite useful. Often when I start to talk about identity with my students, or I talk about identity with other teachers or academics, we often say, what do we mean by identity? And I find it quite useful to break it down into these 4 different facets of identity. So the first one is reflexive or reflexing identity. This is sort of inward looking, who we think we are, or the self's view of the self, the inner self. And this looking inwards, this, who am I? How do I see myself? I see myself as multiple identities that are variable. They're always changing. From a learner's perspective, learners may see themselves as a language learner or maybe a language user. They may think, well, I'm a learner, yes, but I can also use the language. So my identity is one as a language user. From a teacher's perspective, the teachers, when reflecting on their identities, may think about how effective they are, what role they play as a teacher, what status they have, and so on. So these are reflexing identities, looking inwards, the self's view of the self, who we think we are. But obviously, when we interact with other people, we project our identities. We don't only keep identities to ourselves, but we interact with other people in other places, in other spaces. And so we project our identities, how we want others to see us, the public representation of our outer self. Again, these are multiple. Sometimes you you a mother, sometimes you're a teacher, sometimes you're a sports person, sometimes you you may be a specialist in some hobby or something. So you have these multiple identities, and they vary over time, and they vary depending on who you're interacting with. And we use language and other semiotic resources to project our identities. Learners may project their identities through exhibiting their proficiency in language or their motivation as language learners. And teachers may project their identities through their classroom practices or the way they act professionally and so on. So it's projecting identities. And I'm sure you can guess the next one, because when you're interacting with someone, obviously they're going to be recognizing the identities that you are projecting. So this is how others see us. This is the counterpart of the projected identities. So how the projected identities are understood and acted upon by others, the other people that we are interacting with. Sometimes the identities could be ascribed or attributed to us. So they may not be the identities that we actually want or the way we see ourselves. But these could be identities that are thrust on us, that are pushed on us, that we may not be happy with. And so there's a clash, there's a conflict of identities. We may contest those identities that are ascribed to us. And again, there are ways in which learners and teachers can recognize identities through investment and knowledge of the target language and so on. And then the fourth one is imagining identities. So these how we imagine ourselves in other times or in other places, it could be in the future, how we imagine participating in an imagined community. So as a language learner, for example, we may imagine that we become fluent one day, or we become a proficient speaker of a language, and we'll be able to participate in the community of that target language. Often referred to as an ideal self or a possible self in the future. So as far as teachers go, teachers can imagine their identities as being a leader, possibly, or a community volunteer, or a manager in a school. So we can imagine different identities in the future. So those four different facets, the thinking inwards, the projecting, the recognizing, and imagining. These are the different ways in which we construct and we negotiate our identity at different times with different people in different spaces, social spaces, and also physical spaces, right? And the way in which we talk about these identities, what do we, I've explained four different facets of identities, but how do we talk about them? These are culturally embedded terms that we use to talk about identity. The resources available to us in any particular context, any particular socio-cultural context, such as religion, our religious identity or our cultural identity, our gender identity, age, ethnicity, language, social class, sexuality, our migrant identity, and so national identity. These are different words, different categories that we can use to talk about identity. So when we talk about a reflexing identity or imagining identity, we can imagine a religious identity or a gender identity, or we can project a migrant identity or social class identity. So these are just the categories that we can use. So in designing any activities, this is a list of different categories, and there are others as well, I'm sure, but this is a list of different categories that you can design your activities around. Okay, all right, I'm doing okay as far as time goes. So let's have a look at one of these activities. This is the very first activity in the book. So as you can see, each activity has a little introduction. This one is called "This is like me" or "This is not like me." And in this activity, the students, it says in the introductions, students usually have access to a course book or a textbook in their language course, whether it's hard copy or electronic. And this short activity asks students to flip through their course book for a few minutes. to examine images or any other diagrams, keywords, figures, anything that catches their eye in the book that may or may not reflect how they see themselves. So their identities, right? So how they see themselves, this relates to reflecting identity. Very simple activity. Anyone can do it. So students write down why this is the case and share their response in pairs. So in each activity has got an aim, it gives the level, the time usually required, what is needed, and also on the bottom right over here, you can see what skills are focused on: reading, sentence level writing. It's very elementary, very easy activity this. So here, for example, if you look at the procedures, these are suggested procedures, and you can see that any experienced teacher would easily be able to do this. It's a communicative, elementary activity. You ask students to take out their course book or their textbooks, or they have them log into a common online learning platform or distribute a magazine or newspaper, any material that's used in the classroom, even online, if you're doing online teaching, any web page, internet page, and so on, that they use as part of their learning. Give students about 10 minutes to page through the course book, and students will pick out 5 images or figures or tables or keywords or designs or whatever, which could be of people, photographs, diagrams, keywords, and so on. So for each of the 5 images, the students write down the page number and then complete the sentence. This is like me because, and then they say why that image is like them. So for example, there may be a picture of a woman, and then this person says, this is like me because I am female. Very simple. A photograph of a cow in a field, and the student says, this is like me because the grass is green and I like nature and I want to save the planet. All right. Here's another one, an advertisement for a new car. This is like me because I plan to be a mechanic one day. So they write down 5 sentences like that. And then they find 5 more images, and they write down the page number and they say, this is not like me because. So they pick out 5 images and they say, this is not like me. Very simple activity. But again, it's focusing on me, reflexing identity. And after the students have their 10 sentences, you put them into pairs, and each student has a turn to show one of their images to the other person, and that person has to guess, is this like you or not like you? Or you can design some other activity. And when the students have had their turn, you stop the pair work, and then at this point, because it's activity number 1 in the whole book or the whole course, you could simply give an idea about what identity means, simply because you're going to be talking about it for some time. So you could say, identity is who we are, how we see others, and how others see us, for example. But then what happens, so that's just one activity focusing on the learners, doing a little communicative task, very easy. What we do then at the end of each activity is there's an opportunity for the teacher to do a reflection. And so this is an idea, it's an opportunity for the teacher to reflect on the same topic as what the learners have been focusing on. So the teacher can also reflect on his or her identity in relation to that topic. So this is the teacher reflection in relation to that topic that we've just discussed, that activity we've just discussed. Next time you flip through the materials and documents you come across in your professional life, think about how the images, keywords, and diagrams reflect how you see yourself as a teacher, administrator, or researcher. Such materials may include your course book, syllabus documents, policy statements, web pages, Facebook page, any of these things that we come across in our lives as teachers, right? Think about, so like you can pick an image or a diagram and say, how does that reflect who I am? How do I think about that? How does that relate to the way I see myself? Okay, so each activity then, as a communicative activity, focusing on the learner focusing on language, but with a identity related focus. And then there's a teacher. So I'll just show you another one more. In this activity, this is for projecting identity. So this is now projecting your identity in the communicative language teaching class, right? So in an early activity called chickens in cages, it's about the breeding of chickens in cages, as you can see in this diagram at the bottom here. The students were asked to identify the pros and the cons, what's good and bad about farming chickens in cages. In this activity, they're going to now give their opinions and justify their opinions about this activity, this way of farming chickens, right? It's a little bit more advanced, this one. So I'm not giving you all the aims and the time and everything, but here the students use a worksheet that they completed in a previous activity, and you tell them that they'll be asked to side with the argument that they agree with. Those who believe farmers should be allowed to keep chickens in cages, and those who believe farmers should not be allowed to keep chickens in cages. And then they write a short opinion piece. So this is like a writing activity at this. They write a 400 to 500 words opinion piece for a local newspaper, explaining why they believe caged farming or cage farming of chickens should or should not be allowed. Earlier, they completed worksheets, so they can use those worksheets to write their piece, okay? And so then, and then they get the opportunity to share those and talk about them and present them to the class, various communicative activities. So, but it's again, projecting their ideas, their opinions, you know, as it says down here, in my opinion, it's sharing their opinions about something. In other words, reflecting their identities, projecting them. The teacher reflection in relation to this one says students do not always feel comfortable expressing their opinion about certain issues in the classroom because it will reveal too much about what kind of person they are. The issues can be controversial and the opinions contested, which could cause students to feel threatened sometimes. Do you strive, this is to the teacher, do you strive to create a safe place for your students to express their opinion? How do you achieve this? Are they able to be who they want to be? What boundaries should be set? So this is about how you manage the classroom when these controversial topics come up. Do you feel free to express your own opinions about controversial matters? What limits do you set yourself? Or do other people set limits for you? So this is a reflection. This is just for you, right? This is just a reflection. Although it could be interesting in some places, is there a research topic here? Is there a topic for teacher research that may come out of these teacher reflections? I'm not going to go into these ones, but there's one for recognizing identities. This one has to do with national identity. And the students get these figures and they can draw or write on these figures to express their national identity. And they also get to question the idea of national identity. And for teacher reflection, the teachers get the opportunity in their own time. The teacher reflections are personal and private and individual. So here, you know, the teachers can draw on these figures and write words on them and so on to express their own teacher identity. And it asks, would you be prepared to show your diagram to one of your teacher colleagues? And so on. And then there's just one more about imagining identities. This one has to do with playing computer games. And, you know, when you play computer games, you get a name, a gamer name. And so the activity for learners is they share their gamer name or they design a gamer name, and it's about who they imagine themselves to be. Often those gamer names are quite interesting. You know, they may be heroes or super people in some way. And this reflection asks the teachers to come up with a gamer name. And would they be prepared to share it? Or what do they think their colleagues or their students would give them as a computer gamer name? In other words, reflecting what their identity is. So these are just some of the activities. I just showed you 2. There's 48 in that book, but it would be interesting for you to think about, would you find it useful to include in your activities, your online or your classroom activities, an opportunity for learners, just in a small way, to reflect and question and think about their identities as they learn language? Because we're not only language learners, we're also people who learn language. We're investing in learning language and in teaching language. So it's very difficult just to ignore and to cut out the identity part of who we are as language learners and as language teachers. Just to move on to a little bit more to a more systematic inquiry of identity. So teacher identity inquiry. I've spoken about teacher reflection, that last part of the activities. But what do you do in terms of inquiring about your identity? Do you ever take the opportunity to reflect on who you are as teachers? Do you do any action research about teacher identity, your own developing teacher identity? Do you do any academic institutional, research as part of, if you're working at a university? Do you do more formal research? Do you do exploratory action research, exploratory practice, narrative inquiry? What do you do? What type of research do you do, or inquiry do you do about identity, if you do any? So what I'm going to just show you is one way of going about doing some reflection, or a little more systematic way of inquiring about one's identity, particularly during these shaky, disruptive times in which we are living right now, because we're so concerned with what we're doing online. We're so concerned with what we're doing in the classroom, what we're doing in the school. We need, I think, to take the opportunity to think a little bit about who we are in that process, to take some time to step back, to inquire, perhaps more systematically, or at least to reflect on who we are in this process. I've shown you some activities for the ways in which learners can do that. Now let's think about how we can do it as teachers, or as teacher educators, particularly, to reflect on ways. And one way we can do it is to use short stories. Now, a short story is like an extract from a teacher reflective journal, or a recorded conversation with a colleague. It could be an interview. It could be any bit of data about your teaching, or about what happens in your classroom, that is in the form of a story. So it's a sort of type of narrative inquiry. So short stories are simply extracts. It's an extract. It's taken out of conversations, or interviews, or reflections, or digital stories, or language learning histories, reports, reviews, anything that looks like a story that you can extract out of some other set of data or some other information, and then do a little bit of analysis on it. So I'm going to show you how to do that bit of analysis on it. Short stories are about something that happened in the past, or that you imagine in the future, some experience that you've either lived or that you imagine happening. But there's some action, something happens. That's what makes it a story, right? There's some action there. And typically there's some time dimension. Something happens over time. This happened, then that happened, then that happened. So there's some time dimension, which makes it a story. And it also includes some sort of evaluation of what happens, or some reflection on what happened. So it's not just this happened, that happened, but this happened, and this is what I feel about it, and that happened, and oh, this was so upsetting, or that was so exciting, but this happened, that happened. So it's some evaluation, some short story. So I'll just show you a short story that I extracted from an interview I did with a teacher educator who works at a university in a large city in Colombia in South America. And he'd been teaching for about 18 years, but also a teacher educator. He works with teachers. And I was interested in this research project. It was a larger study I did on a group of language teacher educators. And I was interested in their developing identities as language teacher educators in the process of their PhD study. Very experienced teachers who had started doing a PhD. And I was interested in their developing identity during the process of their PhD study. And I asked the teachers about how they saw themselves in their work as language teacher educators. You know, what their identities were as language teacher educators. And this is part of a short story that Juan told me. Now, I'll read through the story, but just focus on the bits in red. These are the characters in the story. If I had to ask who is in the story, these are the characters, the people in the story. So by asking the question who, we get a good idea of not only the characters in the story, but also what the story is about. What's the content of the story? So he said, I am a person. I'm a teacher, language teacher, educator who is interested in the students. These are the student teachers. I want them to learn what is the implication of being a teacher. It doesn't matter the subject that I'm teaching, but I really want them to learn what is the implication. Because I feel that our student teachers nowadays here in Colombia, they are starting doing the majors in teaching just without understanding what they are studying. And it really worries me. So here he's got a conflict, which is also you find in stories, right? Here he's got a conflict that he is a teacher educator. He's working with future teachers, but they don't really know what they're getting into. They don't understand what it means to become a teacher. So, so far, if you look at the red, it's got I, who's the narrator, the teacher educator, and the students, who are the student teachers. So these are the main characters in the story. I, the student teachers, teacher educator, student teachers. He said, it really worries me because they are going to be teachers and they are going to replicate those feelings in other people. So these are their language learners. So this is another important character in the story. So you've got Juan, who is the teacher educator. You've got his student teachers. And now you've got those student teachers, language learners, all right? And so what he's saying is if the student teachers don't care about language learning and their teaching when they are teachers, this is going to rub off. This is going to have an influence on their learners in the classroom, in the schools. So how are these learners going to feel when they become, what's their attitude going to be in the classroom? They're also not going to care, right? So one of the things, and they are going to replicate those feelings in other people. So one of the things that I want to do is that they understand what is to be a teacher, what they have to do, what they have to be as teachers. All right. So he's very firm here in his commitment in this story that he tells about what his desire is, his identity. He is exhibiting, displaying his identity. He's constructing his identity in this short story. So a lovely example of how in this short story, we can see how he displays, how he constructs his identity just by focusing on the characters in the story. So by asking who is the narrator, who are the others in the story, what is their relationship, what's their position vis-a-vis each other, how do they relate to each other, we can learn quite a bit about the identity of Juan. All right, I can go quickly now because you know the story. The next question is where? Where does the action of the story take place? So on a broad level, over here, he talks about here in Colombia. This is the whole country. He's making a comment on a macro level. He's making a comment about the educational system in the country, right? And starting the majors, here he's talking about the university, the department, their curriculum. So the curriculum, where they are doing their student teaching, they are going to be teachers in their own schools. So when they move to their own schools, they are going to be taking their attitudes and their learning into these schools where they're going to be teachers of other people, of these learners, the language learner. So we move from this macro, the whole Columbia, to the schools, to the universities, to the schools. So from the macro moving down to the micro in the classroom. So the characters and where this teacher education takes place, nicely displayed in answering the question, where does the action take place? So these places and these sequences of places, Columbia, university, school, classroom, and so on. And the final question I think is worthwhile asking is when? When does the action of the story take place? So we've got three questions: who, where, and when. So if you can find a short story in your documents, in your interview, find a short story and ask these three questions. When? Again, important. When I'm a person who is interested, if you look at the tense of that verb, I am now interested, and probably has been for some time. He said that I think that our students nowadays, referring to, currently here in Columbia at this time, nowadays, there's a problem. He's identified a problem that is current. They are starting in their careers doing majors, but they are going to be teachers in the future. And so they are starting now. There's a problem now. These teachers are starting now, but in the future, there's going to be a problem. So these time references now in the future relate very much to who the characters are. So these who, where, and when are very useful questions to ask if you've got some data in the form of a story to inquire about identity. So you can see that Juan is a very committed teacher. He's very concerned about the relationship that he has with his students and what he desires for his student teachers. Now, remember, I made reference to this macro and moving down to micro. So at the micro level, we can think of it like this: at the small story, with small letters story, a particular teacher story. And then we can move it out, story with a capital S. Here we got story with a capital S. And are we moving out, right? These spaces. So you start in the classroom, now you move out to the school, the staff room, the neighborhood, the the community. So we're moving out. So when we're interpreting these stories, don't just think about what's happening in the lesson, in the activity, in the classroom. Try also to think about, how does this relate to what's going on in the school? The curriculum, the assessment that we do. Try and move it out a little bit. And then even more broadly, move it out to the macro. What's happening in the nation with the government's curriculum? The more political, the Ministry of Education decisions that are made about teaching will also help you understand what's happening in the classroom with the teachers, with the learners, and their identities. So these three levels all interrelate with each other. In interpreting the stories, don't only focus on one level. Interpret the story from all three levels. And remember, when we're asking who, where, and when, ask those questions on all three levels. One way of looking at it is asking them about the classroom. Ask who, where, and when about the school and community. Ask who, where, and when about these big macro questions about ideologies, about values, about the policies that are happening. That helps you really make sense of what's going on. Okay, I think I can end there. I was going to talk a little bit about some research questions, but I think that will just be too much information. So I think I've got a couple of minutes if anyone has a particular question. I know the next session starts in a few minutes, but if anyone's got a question, I'm happy to take a question.
Yeah, Professor. So there's a question. I think it's in your chat. Can you check it up? Yeah, so we've got the question from Lingograd. Or should I read it for you?
No, I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one about autonomy here. I wonder if there's any research into how language identity. Oh, there's there's a lot of research on autonomy and identity. That's both teacher identity and learner identity, right? Because I think also as language learners have moved online with their learning, there's been a much more autonomous learning as they've moved online, or much more independent learning. And also, I know that a lot of teachers have had to develop their materials much more autonomously and independently online. And teacher educators, those who are teaching CELTA trainers and so on. So, and so by having to work autonomously, again, the implications for who we are as teachers, for our identities as teachers, and also for learners, of course. So yeah, that's very interesting. But if you look at the work of Phil Benson, Benson, he's looked at that relationship between identity and autonomy, for example. I see another question. Have you noticed any real change in teacher or learner while doing your research? Yes, so a lot of my own research focuses on identity, both teacher and learner identity, but particularly teacher identity. And I use narrative research. So the example I gave you of the short story is just one type of narrative research that I use to explore identity. So my own research is very much focused on teacher identity. I do lots of research on that, and both pre-service teachers and in-service teachers. And just very, very recently, I published a short book on language teacher educator identity. Just this year in 2021, language teacher educator identity, which was published by Cambridge University Press. So I've proposed a typology of different types of language teacher educators. And I've also listed at the back of the short, it's a short book, a whole range, 40 different research questions for potential research on language teacher educator identity. So if you get, it's not very expensive book. It was free online for a few weeks, so maybe one of your friends has it. There's a lot of research questions at the back if you're interested in exploring language teacher educator identity. And I think it's a very new field. I think if, looking at teacher trainers and teacher educators and their identities, I think it's a wonderful area of research, and it's wide open in terms of the research questions that can be asked.
I have a question, if I may. Gary, I like your idea. I mean, that language is about identity, so I do understand, and I do think that it's correct. But my question is, and I also like the idea that the teaching languages or learning language is also about, transgressing or transmitting one's identity. But I wonder, my question is, does it matter? I mean, I hope I can express myself, but. So I think it depends on the language that you learn or that you teach. I mean, in terms of identity. So I mean, my question is, does it matter what language you teach or what language you learn? I mean, in order to, to get on that identity. Yes.
I think
to give an example, so I speak German, so I do like German language. So, but when I speak German, I feel more freer when I speak Russian or when I speak Kazakh. I mean, and it's always wondered me does it come to the fact that it's German? Yes.
Well, that's really interesting. I mean, I think there's sort of two answers to that. I think one has to do with not only the language, but where you're speaking it, who you're speaking it with, what's the context, for example. So I speak another language called Afrikaans, right, which is a Southern African language, and I can speak it quite fluently, but I don't speak standard variety, right? I'm not very fluent. So when I speak to some people, I can manage quite well. But when I speak to someone who I know is a standard formal speaker, if I need to speak it formally, then I stammer and I get it wrong, and I don't feel a proficient speaker. So my identity is certainly not one who feels a proficient speaker of the language. In other contexts with other people, when I'm speaking socially, informally, then I feel quite proficient and I'm quite fluent. So it's the same language, but it's different varieties in different contexts. So your question is much more complex than just the language. It's the variety of language, it's the context in which it's spoken, it's who you're speaking it with, and so on. But there is another part of that, maybe in terms of, you know, how you affiliate with the language, how you feel about the language, whether you like it or not, whether you were forced to learn it, whether you want to speak it, whether you don't want to speak it. So there are emotions that are also related, you know, to the language as well. So there are multiple answers to that quite complex questions. They may be emotional, they may be contextual, they may be interpersonal, and so on. But it relates to identity, I think. Yeah. Okay. I think my time's up, isn't it?
Well, unfortunately, yeah, it is. So, dear
good.
participants, so those who got questions, you could ask. I think you could ask the professor into the chat. Yeah, with the or email. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So before we move to the next speaker, we would also to remind you too that time is like a really precious resource. So yeah, could you like do the presentation and wait for the questions? Sorry, I got this delay. I'm sorry. So yeah, if your presentation ends at, for example, 11:45, yeah, it's better if you dedicate like 10 minutes before this time for the questions, okay, if it's possible.
All right. Okay. So thank you very much, Gary, and for your presentation, a really enlightening one. And thank you, dear participants, for your questions. Now it is time to introduce next speaker, and that's going to be Paul Woodfall. Paul is Oxford University Press's Regional Training Coordinator for Middle East and Central Asia. He has given training workshops from K1 to 12 and trained English faculty at universities in several different countries around the world, including Spain, United Arab Emirates, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Iran, Turkey, Lebanon, Egypt, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and the Sultanate of Oman. He has lived and worked in the region for over 20 years. Before joining OUP in 2011, Paul was ICT coordinator, team leader for Cambridge English Language Assessment, an IELTS examiner for 9 years, as well as teacher and teacher trainer based at the British Council in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Specifically interested in learning by doing, his main goal is to promote a greater understanding of student-centered, inquiry-based learning approaches with the overall aim of encouraging critical thinking and the development of good study skills at all levels during the educational process. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. In the chat box, could you please just tell me you can hear me and you can see the presentation before I begin? Thank you very much for your introduction, Bakit Kul.
You're welcome.
Pleasure to be with you all from Dubai. It's very hot and sunny in Dubai. The summer is with us. You can all hear me. Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Barkhuizen. I hope I've got your name right, Gary. Interesting, very interesting. I love the idea of stories and identities. We are going to be looking at digital stories a bit later on, a particular digital story, but first we'll look at video and a quick look at cognitive load. I'm not going to be very theoretical. I will actually require people to type into the chat. So please have the chat box on your screen ready to participate, because I do believe in learning by doing. And even though we're online, I want you to use the chat box. So we will be looking at cognitive load, a brief overview of cognitive load. We're going to look at a particular video on critical thinking. It's a published video for a course book. It's a course book called Q Skills, 3rd edition. I'll give you a brief taste of that video and look at it as an example of how we can reduce cognitive load with online work. Autonomy came up in the last session, and learner autonomy is something very dear to me. Because very often people say, you know, go away and find out. And it's a kind of irony that teachers will say, well, you go away and find out. I believe that we have to scaffold their experience and help them find out, give them strategies to find out. And in terms of cognitive strategies, one of the main things is that they don't try and attempt to do too much in one go. We'll be looking at that, and we'll be looking at reading for pleasure, which is an incredibly important part of learner autonomy. And reading gives us an insight into different cultures around the world through the language, as we saw earlier on. Digital readers are very, very useful. They have important benefits over just reading print books. And we'll look at an example of a digital reader. So, and finally, there will be time for Q&A. I'd like just to begin, no need to put in the chat anything. Just if you'd like to count on your fingers or in your mind, close your eyes. I'm going to give you some words on the screen, and I'd like you in 20 seconds to remember them. Do not write them down. No pencil, no paper. Just try and remember them in 20 seconds. So are we ready? 20 seconds starting from now. Here are your words. Remember, no writing, don't cheat. Keep them in your mind. Maybe you want to use your fingers to count them off. You've only got 3 more seconds. And stop. Okay, looking at cognitive load, I'm going to give you 4 statements, and I want you in the chat box to tell me if each statement is true or false according to your experience. In other words, how much do you know about cognitive load? When you put your answers, put them all together like the example, so A, B, C, and D. Statement A says, cognitive load is a theory from positive psychology that refers to the used amount of working memory resources. True or false? B, information can only be stored in long-term memory if it has been attended to and processed by working memory. True or false? C, working memory is limitless. And D, there are 3 types of cognitive load. In the chat box, please, can you put your answers? Let's see how much you know about cognitive load. I look forward to reading your answers as soon as you've thought about them. Olga, true, true, false, true. Tatiana, true, 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 false. We already have a bit of dissonance in terms of cognitive understanding. I like it because we could, oh, good Ludmilla, true, false, false, true. 3 different answers. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Ludmilla. Olga Bainova, another Olga says true, true, false, true. So now we have 2 answers which are similar, Olga Bainova and Olga Ishenko. The Olgas, true. Okay, right. Anybody else? Larissa, true, false, true, 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 false, false. Oh, Dinara. Basically, the Olgas are correct. There is only one statement which is false, and that is that working memory is limitless. Thank you for putting in your answers. everything is true. It is a theory. Cognitive load is a theory from positive psychology. I'll be giving you references at the end, links for you to have a look at for a quick understanding of the main ideas, and references at the end, which I'll put into the chat box for further reading. It is a theory from positive psychology, and it refers to the used amount of working memory resources. It is also about information that can only be stored in long-term memory if it has been attended to and processed by working memory. So working memory is key. Working memory is limited, very, very limited, which is why we don't have the facility to take in everything that surrounds us all the time. We are very, very focused on specifics because our working memory is very limited. And there are indeed 3 types of cognitive load. Thank you very much. The Olgas, well done. 3 types of cognitive load, and very briefly, we have the intrinsic type of cognitive load, which is how much effort we put in to learn something, specific topic. That's intrinsic to us, just like motivation is intrinsic. The effort we, excuse me, got a bit of a summer cold, but thank goodness, no heavy temperature or high temperature, no heavy feelings, just a head cold. So I have headphones on, but I'm also rather stuffed up. Extraneous, outside the way of informational tasks are presented to the learner. And in terms of structural design and the task, that is really important to reduce cognitive load, the way we present information or tasks to the learner. And the idea that the germane type of cognitive load is about the effort that we place in creating a permanent store of knowledge, creating a schema of understanding. And I think that intrinsic is something that we as teachers can nurture, but the most important areas for teachers is the extraneous and germane, looking at how we can present informational tasks in such a way that effort is not too much when creating a store of knowledge in our students' mind. Looking at working memory, Alan Baddeley produced this diagram, which shows in a nutshell working memory. There are lots of people involved in research on memory. Baddeley is one of the big figures in the research over the last 40 to 50 years. And we can see in the middle, the central executive is at the same time receiving and transmitting information about what we see, the visuospatial sketchpad, and what we can hear and what we can articulate, the phonological loop, the articulatory loop. And that's happening right now as you're listening to me. This is going on. I will, as I repeat, I will give you references later on. Just to move on, how many, don't write the words in the chat box, don't, just give me a number. How many words do you remember of those words? In the chat box, give me a number. How many of those words can you remember from earlier on? Dinara, thank you, 6 words. Right, Ludmila, 6 words. This is interesting. That's almost all. 7, 7 words. Who said 7? Liazat, 7. Congratulations, 7, 5. This is what's happening. Yes, Larissa, Tatiana, 5, 5, 5. I imagine that's probably 5. Oh, Bakit Cool has only got 3 words. Don't worry, Bakit Cool. That is a fairly good representative sample of what happens with our working memory when other information is coming in, and you know, we're making choices about what we want to understand. Talking about choices, can you write, we've written the number in the chat box. Can you label the diagram, I wonder? Do you remember what the orange is? Do you remember what the yellow is? On the right, yellow on the left. I wonder if you can remember that. I won't spend too long, just see, you know, if we can get some terms in the, let's start with the orange, guys. In the chat box, what is the orange in this diagram? let's see if anybody can, and the yellow. Any ideas that you remember from the previous slide? This is very interesting. Let's see what's going on. Raushan, central executive. Saul is saying executive process. I'll accept that. Thank you. So there we go. That's the orange. What about the right hand yellow on your screen? What's that? Central executive. You've all got that. On the right hand yellow rectangle, what have we got? What's happening with the central executive? It's receiving and transmitting ideas about audio. Thank you, Raushan. Phonological loop, thank you. Articulatory or phonological loop from Saule, great. And on the left-hand side, we don't have the phonological or the audio. We have the, you'll remember this, we have the visual, thank you. The sketchpad, as Badley called it. Great. So you can see how memory works. And a lot of you will probably remember this diagram because of the, remember the information because of the diagram. In other words, you'll remember it more than the actual words. You'll remember the overall colors, the arrows, and you'll remember it that way. And there we are. That's working memory. Here are your items. Did you remember them in this order, I wonder? Those of you who put 3, I'd be interested to know which 3 words you remembered. I would guess that you probably remembered the first 2 and the last one, but it depends on each individual. Those were the 7 items that we looked at. Olga says you remembered before and after. Okay, so you remembered the ones towards the end, middle and end. Saul says the first 3, interesting. So later, after and before, a kind of, yeah, in the beginning, the middle and the end. If you remembered all 7 or the first 5 in a chronological order, you remembered the first 5. Interesting. Everything except for because. I wonder why because skipped you. Okay, Dinara, thank you for that. I remember in the groups before, after, because, therefore, etc. in groups. Interesting. Talking of groups, Ludmilla says words with causal meaning. Now you've already, your brain, and this is about schemata. This is something your brain, Ludmilla, has already done. You've accessed that in that stored information. You've accessed that from your previous understanding of words. And because of that, you now are able to say causal meaning. Ludmilla, well done. So if we ask others, please, to put them into 2 groups, we have Rausa saying, so, because, before, therefore. No, Rausa is talking about what was remembered. Okay, so now in the chat box, following on from that comment about causal, can you make 2 categories of these words? I am aware that time is moving quickly, so I'll just put up A and B, and let's see what we get. Can you categorize those words into 2? Causal, there we are. Ludmilla is causal, consecutive and temporal, sequence, effect, and reason. Saul says that's 3 categories there, but anyway, you get the idea. I'm looking at the difference between these would be, time event, as you said, sequencing of time in category A, later, after, before, are all referring to time. Thank you. Getting a nice response in the chat box. I love that. In category B, we have words that are causal relationships. They talk about, as was earlier stated, excuse me, they talk about causal relationships. And now, whoops, there we are. Now we have some more words which we can put in, and we can make with first instance and next, we can make 2 lists. And these 2 lists are quite easy to remember. Later, after, before, first, and next. And the list B, which is looking at causal relationships, so, consequently, because, therefore, and since. Having looked at those, now we have 10 words. I will be checking in with those words a bit later on. But just before, we're going to have a brief preview of a video which is in Q Skills for Success, third edition. I forgot, talking of memory, I forgot to put that reference in, but it's the third edition, very popular course book. The third edition of Q Skills, level 3, has this video in the book, which teachers can use in the classroom presentation tool. It also has this on the online practice, and students can download, they can access this video on the online practice, and they can also download it. And I've downloaded it for the sake of this conference. And I want you to have a look at it, because you'll see the relationship between the words that I put up and the video itself. So what we're going to do is have a quick look at the video. If the sound is not very loud, do not worry. I'm just giving you a taster for the kind of video content, and you don't need to understand it. After we've had a look at some of the video, about a couple of minutes, the video is actually 5.5 minutes long. After we've looked at a couple of minutes, I'm going to reflect on how we can reduce cognitive load with an autonomous activity. In other words, the student is doing this without recourse to the teacher. But what instruction can we give to students about how to handle video when working online without having recourse to the class, direct recourse, or to the teacher? So for a moment, let's have a look at the video and see what you think.
Hello, I'm Colin Ward, co-author of Q Skills for Success, Reading and Writing 3. The critical thinking strategy for this unit is identifying a causal chain, which is a series of actions and their reactions that are all connected. Identifying a causal chain will help you understand a series of causes and effects in a text. A main cause leads to an effect, which leads to the next effect, and so on. You can think of a causal chain like a row of dominoes. Once the first main cause falls, the effect causes a chain reaction. In other words, when you look at a causal chain, an effect will become the cause of a second effect, and so on. By definition, a causal chain is a sequence of events in which one event in the chain causes the next event to occur. When you identify a causal chain in a text, start by asking yourself, what happened first? What is the main cause? Then ask, what is the sequence of the events that followed the main cause? Let's look at an example. Right now, the demand for medical care is growing. In turn, companies are hiring more medical workers, such as doctors and nurses. Because of this job growth, more students want to get medical degrees. As a result, more people are applying to medical school. This means there is more competition. Finally, because there is more competition, the medical school's acceptance rates will go down. In this causal chain, the main cause is the demand for medical jobs, which leads to the next effect, and so on. The final effect is that it appears harder for people to get into medical schools. Be careful not to confuse a cause-effect relationship with a time order relationship. A time order relationship presents a sequence of events in the order the events happen, such as what happened first, second, and third. However, unlike a cause-effect relationship, one event is not the cause of the next event. They are only connected by time. In a cause-effect relationship, there is also a sequence of events, but each event is the cause of the next event. To distinguish between cause, effect, and time order, look for key words in the text that show each relationship. For example, connectors such as first, next, then, after, and before are words that show time order. In contrast, connecting words such as so, because, since, therefore, and consequently indicate cause-effect relationships.
Okay, so that gives you a taste of the instruction available. Oh, there's my reference, Q Skills for Success, 3rd edition. Thank you, Paul. I remembered. Which is approximately a B1 level, very open-ended kind of B1 descriptor there. It's at the beginning of the book. It's an inquiry-based academic, semi-academic look at English. And that, as I said, is a video lesson. In every unit, there's a video lesson. Now, as we said, it's not a question of saying, do the online practice at home, and learn about it. One of the things we can do with causal effect is to do a quick activity online or face-to-face in the classroom, as we have just been doing with those words. I wonder how many you remember. Anyway, and categorizing those words, but we can then say to our students, hey, what do you do with an online video? What do you do when you're online? And they probably say, well, actually, we watch it, and I listen to it, and I try and get a general understanding, and then I look at the questions afterwards, and then I try and answer the questions. But I'm always stopping and starting the video and maybe going back. And so one thing we can do to lower that cognitive load is to say to our students, try this. View without sound. Look at the video without sound. In other words, with the sketchpad is the I'm using. Remember the diagram, the executive function and articulatory and phonological loop, and we've got the sketchpad, the visual sketchpad. By watching the video without sound, we're allowing students to take in as much information as they can visually. We then say to them, okay, when you've got a taste of the video, but you haven't listened to the commentary, read through the comprehension questions that accompany the video, make sure you understand them, and then view with sound. Now, what's this doing? Well, it's quite simple. It's giving them, first of all, a prediction activity. What am I seeing? What is the relationship with these ideas on the screen with my understanding? In other words, the schemata I already have. Read the comprehension questions. This is specifically what I'm looking for when I view with the sound the next time. And then I can answer those questions. I can check my answers. And I can do that because online practice, it's automatically graded. I can click submit and the answers come through. And then, of course, I can review any errors in my second attempt. I can check with my peers or with the teacher if I still have any kind of problems. And then going back to a more open class activity with the teacher, we can do some application. And here's an example of what kind of application we can do coming up after we look at the first attempt by this student here. You can see the video is on the left-hand side, and the student has looked at the questions, has got one wrong. Another one is wrong there in number 4, but then 5, 6, and 7. So that student on the first attempt is pretty good, doesn't need to have, maybe those were slips, but then on the second attempt, they can check on those slips. And in terms of the actual book and the classroom activity, there is an activation stage where we take that information from the video and the exercises, and we look at a paragraph. In this case, paragraph 3 of a reading text, and complete a graphic organizer. Now, you haven't looked at this reading text. I'll tell you what it's about. It's about small talk and beginning conversations with a stranger. But I wonder if you, from your schemata, from your idea of how you meet somebody for the first time and how you become a friend, can you fill in the graphic organizer without me giving you the answer? So in the chat box, we begin a conversation with a stranger is the first thing that happens in a causal relationship of events. What happens next? You have options. A, we find common interests. C, a new friendship starts. D, we discuss more interesting topics. E, we use small talk. Can you fill in the flow chart in the chat box? What would be your sequence? Thank you, Rauza. EADC. EADC, I like that. Do we all agree? Ludmilla agrees, EADC, so you must be in the right direction. We have 2 people agreeing there. ADDIC, that's interesting. Let's have a look at this. Can ADDIC work? A, we discuss more, we find common interests, we discuss more interesting topics. Then we use small talk. Not sure we use small talk as a result of discussing more interesting topics. I think small talk would be the reason we discuss more interesting topics. And most of us, including Bakit Kul and others, all agree. So I think, you know, we can fairly safely say that we use small talk after we begin a conversation with a stranger, and then we find common interests, which then, as a result of that, consequently, we discuss more interesting topics as a result of looking at finding common interests, and eventually, as a result of this step, we become friends. So applying in reading, applying in writing, that's how we cement our idea of causal effect. The book says, why don't you compose, do a bit of composition about the wrong way to use small talk. I like that, but a critical thinking there. They write a paragraph, 5 to 8 sentences, talking about the wrong way, and again, using causal expressions of causal, adverbs of causal effect. So in order for those words to remain in the vocabulary, in the memory, but also to become part of, to be able to drag up those ideas into working memory, we need to apply them. Not only study them, use them, but apply them. So once we apply them, then they become part of our schemata. And that's an example of using video and how autonomously students can do that just with a simple silent viewing at the beginning. And you know, if we look at this, you could ask them to even do this. If we've done the reading together as a class, you could even ask them to do these 2 activities autonomously as well, perhaps with a check-in using Telegram or WhatsApp, so that they can check their answers like we did in the chat box there, which gives students a feeling of that they're going in the right direction. Moving on from what we would call intensive language work, let's have a look at a graded reader. This is a digital graded reader from the Oxford Learners bookshelf. Essentially, graded readers are for reading for pleasure, in which case this is from the A2B1 collection, or is it yes, A2B1 collection. So we would ask students to choose books that they're comfortable with, which would be a linguistic level below their ability. And I've chosen this, The Bird of Happiness. It's a tale from Russia And I just wonder, before we listen to the beginning, the very first page, does anybody know The Bird of Happiness? It's a very short story. It comes from a collection of short stories from around the world. And I chose this one because I thought maybe in Almaty you will have heard of this Russian story. In the chat box, have you heard about it or not? Put in your ideas. In the meantime, I'd point out to you that a digital graded reader, thank you, Olga, for telling me you haven't heard of it. Graded readers have the ability to do two things, and they are key benefits. One of these benefits is to listen. So going through what we said, would we listen and read at the same time? Would we encourage our students to listen and read, or would we encourage them to read and then listen? I'll leave that open for you. But what I'll do is, to give you a taste, I'll just play the first page for you. There is a Russian song about the bird of happiness. Oh, really, Ludmila? I didn't know that. I hope it's a happy song. Let's find out. Maybe you can tell me in the chat. Is it a happy end? Does it have a happy ending? I hope so. So let's listen to the story, the beginning of the story.
Chapter 1. The Bird of Happiness. A Tale from Russia. A long time ago, a little boy called Igor lived with his mother and father in a small house which was made of wood. Igor's family was very poor. His father was a woodcutter, and his mother made clothes for rich people in the city. Their house was in the middle of a large forest in the north of Russia.
So there we are. You get a sense of how that works. I would recommend again that students read a page, and then after they've read a page, after they processed with the reading, that they would then click on listen. The story, and Ludmila says, no, I haven't read the story. So Maral says, no, nobody's actually. Larissa, Tatiana, nobody knows the story. So I'll give you a quick synopsis. And this is from the actual reader, the graded reader itself. At the end of the 6 pages, it's a very short story. At the end of the 6 pages, there's an ordering exercise. And we can see that Igor's father, the end of the story is Igor's father tells his son that it is called the Bird of Happiness. But what happens first? Well, we know that Igor is a little boy who lives in a small house with his father and mother. We also, later in the 2nd page, we find out that one winter Igor becomes ill, seriously ill, with a high temperature. The doctor visits but doesn't know what is wrong with the little boy. Igor asks his father, while suffering in bed with a high temperature and not eating, Igor asked his father to catch a bird for him and put it in a cage above his head. However, because it's winter, there are no birds. They've all migrated south. So Igor's mother tells her husband to make a bird out of wood. The father spends all night making the bird for his son. The mother sews the ends of the feathers together to make the bird look realistic. Igor's father hangs the bird above his son's bed, who by this time is burning with fever, about to die. But Igor sees the bird above his head and wants to touch the bird. However, the father at night, when the boy is sleeping, the father raises the bird a little higher so that when the boy wakes up, when Igor wakes up, it's always a little bit too high for him to reach. Slowly, Igor's fever lowers and he gets better and better. And at last, he's well enough to touch the bird. Igor's father tells his son that it is called the bird of happiness. And why? Because as Igor becomes better and better, the parents are thanking God that he's recovered from presumably typhoid, typhus, one of those kind of terrible illnesses that affected children in across Northern Asia. And with high fevers, and that's why the bird, they called it the bird of happiness. So there it is. There is the story. And one thing we can say about that is that when you listen to the narration after the second listening, you are helping your that phonological loop is being activated, aiding your working memory and helping with pronunciation. It's also the question of the glossary. You can see on the right-hand side, there are glossary terms. You can hear, you click on, just put your cursor on those terms and you can hear how they're pronounced. So that is one of the main benefits, that you can listen to the narration. But the second time, always remember, let's work on the visuospatial element first. And then the second main benefit is that you can compare your reading aloud with the model, because in that toolbar, as you can see here on the right, you have a recording button and you're able to record yourself, and thus improving not only receptive but productive skills without recourse to teacher. And this goes back to autonomy that we were talking about with Gary earlier on. What can we do with reading for pleasure? Well, there's lots of things we can do to activate the language of short stories. We can retell the story from Igor's point of view. I'm better now, said Igor, and we can retell the story from his point of view, having a fever, lying in bed. We can persuade a friend to read the short story. That's a typical piece of, a short review. Which would be like a blog. We can get students to write down their recommendations, or recommendations to read or not to read. In other words, persuade a friend not to read if you didn't like the story. I love this story because it does have a happy ending, and stories with happy endings are always wonderful. We can identify the causal chain of events that led to Igor's recovery. We could also then say, retell a traditional Kazakh story, whatever we want. These are the kind of follow-up activation exercises that we can do. Talking of follow-up and activation, how many of the words do you remember now, I wonder? In the chat box, how many words do we have? I'm coming up to the end of my session, so do you have 7 plus 3 or 5 by 5? How do you remember those words? That's the interesting bit. In the chat box, please. How do you remember your words? Let's see. Just type in 7 plus 3 or 5 by 5. That would be useful to know. How do you remember those words? What were they? Let's see. Probably some of you will remember them with A and B, with the 5 plus 5. Nothing coming through in the chat, but there are the words, and whether you remember them one way or another, the conclusion we can make is that 7 plus or minus 2 or 3 is the absolutely the best amount of lexical input that we can give for new vocabulary. If we try and get students to learn 15 words, they're never going to do it. If we try for 7 plus 2 or 3, then statistically, research has proven that that aids memory, keeping it to a limited amount. We also are aware of spacing and interleaving, and this comes from the Podsy website. I would recommend you have a look at Podsy. I'll put into the chat box, I'll put in the links in a moment. But spacing and interleaving learning, just like I did throughout the session, is very important. It improves information retention. Spacing and interleaving, do check out that. And frequent retrieval is also very, very important for your students. time for Q&A. I'm running over, so if there are any questions, please type them into the chat box. In the meantime, I'm going to put into the chat box some links that you may find useful. And the links, as well as in the chat box, links as well as bibliography. I'm going to put that into the chat box right now. And there you have it in the chat. Feel free to copy and paste those links right now. I'm just getting in some interesting feedback. You remembered all 10 words. 7 plus 3 says Dinara. Ludmilla by the category. Rouser says just 10. 8 words you remembered. 7 plus 3, Negara. 7 plus 3, 5 plus 5. Yeah, there's a good mix. The important thing is that you do remember them. And that is how we can reduce cognitive load. So I'm aware of the time. If there are any other any questions I've got there, please copy and paste. Ludmilla, yes, indeed, that is exactly it. The scaffolding that we employ as teachers, especially when online and asking them to do offline work on their own, the way we present that task is key to reducing cognitive load. Thank you for that question, Tatiana. Ludmilla. And last of all, Tatiana's reflection, I can name 5 words that go at the end of each session. Right. So remember to keep it limited to what research tells us, 7 plus 2 or 3. And there we have it.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Bucket Cool.
Thank you for the resources that you put into the chat. And we are going to put those resources to add them to our website. And dear participants, I want to remind you that we have the conference website and it is going to appear throughout the day. Please go there for the useful resources and for other information on the conference. And now time for our next speaker.
Yeah, moving on to the next presenter. So we've got Salia Abdugaparova. So she is the professor at the English Language Department at Satpayev University, and she specializes in teaching English and intercultural communication. So she is a very certified teacher trainer indeed, with a great background, and she's got more than 45 years of teacher training, of teacher experience. And she was awarded with the Excellency in Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan title in 1998, and currently she is the advisor to Kazakhstan Teacher of English Association member and one of the founders of the Fulbright Association of Kazakhstan. And the theme of presentation is education in the era of pandemic, impact and consequences. All right, so
may I have my presentation?
Yes, sure. Just a moment. Yeah, can you see it, right?
I do. Full
Okay.
screen. Full screen.
Yeah. Well, just a moment. Oops, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Good. Okay. Can I see myself? Good morning or good afternoon to all the participants. I'm glad to be part of this conference and to move to the next slide. 2 years ago, 2 universities, which is German Kazakh University and Satpayev University, organized a conference which was called Teaching Foreign Languages in the Era of Pandemic. It was in October 2019. That was actually the first conference on digitalizing, and lots of participants from all regions of Kazakhstan and other countries came and shared their experience on how they use digital tools in language teaching and learning. It was a great experience, and now this is the second conference, and I'm very grateful to the Kazakh German University for having courage in those difficult times to launch this conference and invite so many interesting participants. And I wish all great success to your conference. Now, if we go to the next slide. Because there was great interest on behalf of the Kazakhstani English language teaching community to the topic of digitalization, the partner of both conference, which is Kazakh Teachers of English Association, have discussed what follow-up ideas could be worked on after the first conference. And the ideas that came to our mind and we started to work on at the beginning of 2020 were types, forms, means of digital technologies applied in teaching and learning English in the country, then generalizing existing experience in using digital technologies, both at schools and universities, pitfalls of digital transformation in EFL acquisition. That was figured out as the first stage of our joint work. But we had also plans for the future, such as methodology for using digital technologies in teaching English, combining modern and traditional teaching methods in a digital environment, something like priorities, approaches, and compatibility, and to investigate the modern student body, which technologies are most effective and for which competence level of users each of them can be used. So with these ideas in mind, the pandemic knocked at our door and we were immersed in that digital environment. The next slide, please. So to follow up our preliminary ideas and what can be done at the current stage, I have chosen the topic of my presentation, which is education in the era of pandemic. Impact and consequences. So let me cite the paper, which I have chosen as a very profound one. It is called The Impact of COVID-19 on Higher Education and around the World. And this is a global survey done by the International Association of Universities. I say it is very profound because 424 universities and other higher educational institutions from 109 countries and 2 special administrative regions of China, Hong Kong and Macau, took part in that survey. And they have identified that the major impact of the pandemic was that they called that transfer as emergency online education. And the impact is that our students need assistance, staff face unprecedented challenges, including job insecurity, and university leaders had to reinvent how to run their campus operations. What are the major consequences? They are felt already now, but will be felt away into the future. And in order to envisage medium and long-term scenarios, it is important to capture what is happening now. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, you got stuck, I guess. Just a moment. Sorry.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. Has it changed? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. In respect of the future plans and activities for Kazakhstani teachers of English community, I would like to discuss the following issues. These are the modes of teaching and learning, LMS, digital socioeconomic device, and mindset of major players, and their perception of the current educational transformation related to COVID-19 pandemic. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. So modes of teaching and learning, the ones that we knew before the pandemic were offline or face-to-face, which is called traditional or bricks and mortar. and then blended or web enhanced. To tell you the truth, probably teachers of foreign languages were in a way pioneers in practicing blended teaching and learning. But then after the lockdown due to pandemic, one online was used, and the notion of hybrid teaching and learning technology was arose. Now, if we go to that, nowadays, before people, scholars, academics, and practitioners think what will be next, what will come next, what will substitute current online teaching, the discussion is between blended and hybrid. Some scholars think that these are similar approaches, but the majority of academics consider that they are different. So let's somehow discuss how different they are. I will give you the general definition of blended mode of teaching and learning, which is instructors combine in-person instruction with online learning activities. Class sessions take place in a traditional classroom, but technology is used to facilitate activities, deliver content, and or assess students. As for the hybrid type, the definition is an integrated educational approach where some individuals participate in person and some participate online. Instructors teach remote and in-person learners at the same time using technology like video conferencing. Well, how different these approaches generally are. They both combine a mix of face-to-face and online learning, but in the blended approach, learners are the same individuals, while in the hybrid approach, learners are different individuals. So to say, blended approach has heterogeneous groups of students. Blended approach is sequential, while hybrid approach is parallel. And blended is asynchronous, while hybrid is synchronous with elements of asynchronous type. Well, today we have, I saw in the conference program, a report on synchronous teaching and learning by my colleagues, Roshan and Dajan. I hope they will give more expanded insights into that type. Now, of course, both approaches or both modes are here to stay in the future, but the majority of experts, again, talk in favor of the hybrid approach. And the reason of that is that the hybrid approach combines offline, online, and blended components into its structure. There are some extreme also opinions that hybrid approach might also be the approach that can commoditize certain part of teaching. For example, the courses like fundamental wise, like they cite Pythagoras theorem, can be taught from additional sources like Coursera does, so that universities can save cost and direct finance to research in the university. But each, of course, institution and each country will decide what they are going to use. What the situation that we have now is that both are here to stay and to stay for the future. Why hybrid is considered to be a better option is because according to business experts, the future business marketplace will be hybrid. Business organizations are now trying to recruit employees from all over the world to work remotely, because then they have better options and they can save resources and they can somehow enrich the way they work. That is regarding the modes of teaching and learning that we have to envision, and we have to investigate how they can work after the pandemic. The next slide. This is LMS, Learning Management System. During this time, lots of software platforms, they appear on the market. The ones that are most popular, and some of them are used in Kazakhstan, are Moodle, Blackboard, Microsoft Teams for Kazakhstan, plus Canvas and WizIQ. These are the most popular, and they are used mostly for university programs. For school programs, these are SpongeLab, these are Google Classroom, Edmodo, and Schoology. The thing is that some platforms, they satisfy the needs of specific areas. For example, SpongeLab is a platform for teaching science. Cadenza, which is a joint platform of 18 universities, including Stanford, Princeton, Art Institute of Chicago. These are for art students. Now, if we go to additional platforms that can assist the quality of teaching and learning, these are integrated video conferencing platforms. The most popular in Kazakhstan is Zoom. Well, Skype is integrated into Microsoft Teams. But many universities nowadays, they use additional platforms that can, well, probably focus on separate aspects of teaching. For example, the software programs like CrowdMark and Gradescope, they help to focus on grading system. And the plus of that is that they can somehow identify the cases of cheating and plagiarism. Now, there are discussion forums, which are also very interesting that we can learn from. These are Piazza, which is more based on question and answer approach, and CampusWire, which is a wide approach to discussion forums with different charts, with different opportunities for discussion. There is a reading platform. Reading has become a great issue during, well, teaching during pandemic, and a reading platform Perusol is also widely used for that, because you can write remarks, you can comment on the content of the reading material you have. Many universities and schools also have their own platforms, which are called proprietary. For example, our university had Polytech Online. To tell you the truth, these platforms, some of them are private, some of them are open source platforms. And the use of these platforms are sometimes restricted for Kazakhstani educational institutions, because they have to pay for that, and which sometimes they don't have resources for. For that, for example, Kazakhstan last spring used state television to teach online students at schools. Actually, it doesn't work very well. That is why, starting from this academic year, television was not used anymore. Now, why we need to know all these platforms and investigate what we can do with those LMS. We have to figure out which platforms are good for us, for teachers of foreign languages, how we can combine different resources, and what are good for our students and teachers. The next slide, please. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time, and the divide is a big issue, especially in our country. Digital divide. We don't have very good access to devices, to adequate internet, Wi-Fi, and mobile connection in our country. Then the income level of households is also absolutely different, the same as of universities and schools. Moreover, cost of life is becoming higher, and living conditions are also very different. This is an issue also to research and consider in taking steps for further types of teaching and learning after the pandemic. The next, please. And the mindset or perception of the players. Now this big discussion, what is good for Kazakhstani education, offline or online? At the start last year, the majority of students and parents were not happy with the online teaching and learning because it was unusual and of course it was in a way chaotic. While now the attitude is generally changing because students can exercise, well, the flexibility of the online learning. They can do anything which is assigned in their own pace and by their own choice. Again, the on-campus, off-campus issue is important because of the cost of life. For many students coming to other city or paying for their dormitories and so on is quite expensive, and studying online is much better. Workload is a great issue, especially for teachers, because according to the research done by, let me just a minute, by Virginia Gowen, and it is published in the Nature of magazine of 2020, the online teaching mode have increased teacher preparation or workload 3 times. And actually teachers average 35 hours just for preparation for their classes per week, which is very high. The next is administration. Of course, all that online teaching is administered in different ways by different educational institutions. And sometimes they in Kazakhstan depended on what Ministry of Education can impose, whether they can already transfer to offline or not. So far, they cannot. Another issue is Zoom fatigue. Well, cognitive load, the previous speaker was talking about, is much connected to Zoom fatigue. And the last is accountability. Student engagement is not high very often because of the offline teaching. Moreover, cheating and plagiarism have become big issue in Kazakhstan, both at schools and university levels. Can you go further? So I've cited the resources. So I've read through dozens of different resources, but these are the most reliable. And the interesting thing is that you can find how different areas deal with the education in the time of pandemic. For example, the second resource, which is National Perspectives of the Impact of COVID, they investigate different regions of the world. Moreover, there was a survey done by jointly by International Association of Universities and Erasmus StudentNet, where they investigated student perspectives on how they perceived and how they function during the pandemic. And the last, it's a interesting survey of the Institute of International Education on how student mobility was restricted during the time of pandemic and lockdown, and how universities who focus on international education, how they deal with that program. Because I'm running out of time, I'm very much sorry. Probably I don't even have time to answer the questions, but if you write them in the chat, I will be very much pleased to answer all your questions. And thank you very much once again. It was a pleasure to be part of this conference.
Thank you very much, Solia Gabashina, for your insight, for your talk on the present situation in Kazakhstan. I think it takes quite a courageous identity, using today's words, yeah, to offer such an insight and showing the downsides of the aftermath of this COVID pandemic. Unfortunately, we do not really have time for the discussion, but as I can see, there is some discussion going on in the chat. Now, if you allow, and thank you very much, Solia Gabashina, also for mentioning our previous conference, which we organized jointly with Satpayev University in 2019.
My pleasure.
Yeah, so there is a question though about, well, I think addressed to you, Should teachers prepare for hybrid system? If you can very shortly say a few words to answer.
To the opinion of the majority of scholars who are involved in the research regarding what education might be after the pandemic, they tend to think that hybrid mode of teaching and learning will be in priority. And mostly because the major goal of education is to prepare students for their future business life. And business is changing even more drastically than education, you see, because it's also the social factor, the mood of people all over the world who have actually already experienced the pluses of working online and the resources they can save due to that. But the major feature which is mentioned is flexibility.
Okay, thank you very much again. So quite interesting times are coming, I think, yeah?
That's true.
So, yes, now let me introduce our next speaker, who is going to talk on contemporary questions for research and practice. In terms of technology-mediated language teaching in the digital age. I'm honored to introduce Professor Cynthia White. She is Professor of Applied Linguistics, Massey University, New Zealand. She has published widely on distance and online learning, autonomy and agency, and language and settlement issues among migrants and refugees. In 2004, she received the International TESOL Virginia French Allen Award for Scholarship and Service to the TESOL profession. She's a member of the editorial boards of 7 international journals, is associate editor for language learning and technology, and has been a plenary speaker at international conferences in Germany, Thailand, Singapore, China, the United Kingdom, Hawaii, Malaysia, Australia, and Uzbekistan. Her publications include 2 books, Cambridge University Press, Multilingual Matters, 59 refereed articles, 26 book chapters, and several guest editorships of journal special issues. Since 2019, she has been Pro-Vice Chancellor in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Massey University. Cynthia, the floor is yours. Good afternoon to you in New Zealand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yes.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Very
excellent.
well.
So I just want to thank you very much. I'm just wondering, I can't see on my screen the share. Oh, here we go. Share screen. Yes. Very good. My presentation. All right. Here we are, colleagues. This is my presentation here. Right now in New Zealand, I'm in a hotel room. We have graduation on one of our other campuses. So today has been a day of celebration in my campus. What I want to do today is to talk about this question about technology-mediated language teaching. And these are the questions I have really that frame my talk. How do teachers choose to act in using technology? So I'm not really asking how they use technology or which technologies they use, but how do they make those choices and why? Secondly, the question will be, how have new tools transformed what they do in the classroom? So what is the impact of technology on them? And thirdly, how do they interpret and use the experiences with technology? So how does technology continue to change what they do? So this will be my focus. But before I go any further, I want to say it's a real honor and a pleasure to connect across the world with Kazakhstan. I was fortunate in 2019 to go to Uzbekistan, and I fell in love with Uzbekistan. Everything from the food to Tashkent, to Samarkand, and to the people, most importantly. So this evening is a real honor to come back and reconnect with another of the stands. And I met several of you at that conference, so it's a real pleasure. So here, and to really think about how teachers act, I'm going to give you a short background. First of all, this is the structure of my talk. Then I'm going to talk about agency. Then I'm going to refer to 2 studies, and then I'm going to give my conclusion. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy this talk. So first of all, I'm just going to talk briefly about the digital age, which we are part of. So the digital age has brought together technology and globalization. They have come together. So we can see here there are new platforms, and the previous speaker talked about new platforms, new communication modes, connectivity 24/7, and also learning across borders, as we are doing right now across the world. In real time, we are learning together. So this is the age we are living in. Previously, when I first began involved with language teaching, there were language labs, cassette recorders, overhead projectors. You might remember some of these technologies, which began to transform language teaching. In the current world, we have sources of language at our fingertips. And so these new possibilities, I want to think, what do teachers do faced with this new world where language is at people's fingertips? So in other words, the teacher is no longer the only source of language, of the language. When I first learned French at school, I could only learn French from the textbook and the teacher. That's all there was. Now there is language through digital devices. So what does that mean for teachers? And the other point, we had the previous speaker talking about hybrid learning. There are all these other opportunities too. So this title, Expanding the Margins of Practice, means that the classroom is now expanded. So there are many, many, many possibilities. So this raises questions for the teacher. What does the teacher do in this brave new world? So I hope everyone's understanding the focus of my talk, to look at how individual teachers act in this brave new world. And in some of my earlier research, I pointed out that teachers are challenged to transform themselves as they face new experiences and new ways of being a language teacher. So how do teachers transform themselves? They're also challenged to make many decisions, to act in new ways in order to pursue their goal. There is no going back for us to the old days of just the textbook and the teacher. So how do teachers act? Okay, so one way we can look at how teachers act is to look at language teacher agency. And I hope you're going to find this idea helpful. Personally, I find it very helpful. So if we ask about agency, we think, what actions do language teachers take at a particular moment in a particular learning environment? So when we look at agency, it's possible to zoom in to very particular moments. So not a general approach, but very particular. And the second question, how do they choose to act and shape the learning and teaching environment? So I'm going to give you some examples about that. And how teachers act, they then shape the learning environment, then that learning environment influences them again. So I'm interested in this relationship between the teacher and the environment and how they affect each other. So this is the basic idea of agency, how individuals act, the decisions they take, how they appraise and use the affordances of the environment. I don't have time to talk about affordances very much, but it really means the possibilities in the environment. Okay, and then the reciprocity between individuals and their environments. So you can give a teachers the same set of digital tools, and they will use them very differently because they see different opportunities and possibilities in the same tool. So I'm interested in that. Okay, so agency has 3 dimensions. So I'm looking at Leo Van Leer here. So how we act, agency is really how we act. It's the initiative you take, the action you take, and how you regulate yourself. So it's about action. But we don't just act. How we act for the second part depends on the socio-cultural context and the relationships within that. So you think about that. And the third thing, your actions are not only influenced by context, but the third point is the really interesting one, is that you have a critical awareness of responsibility. And this becomes very interesting when you see how teachers use technology. And I'm going to emphasize that third dimension of critical awareness or responsibility throughout this talk. So as teachers, we're very aware of our responsibility to the students, to the curriculum, to the school, to other teachers, to parents, to the students' futures. And so those responsibilities impact how we work with technology. Okay, so that's the same, they're the same ideas: action, context, and responsibility. So here's an example from a Thai teacher teacher of business English. So here, I'm sure everyone has their smartphone. Here is mine in New Zealand. Very helpful to connect with you all earlier with DKU. So the teacher says, let's see how she acts. She said, since every student has a smartphone, I sometimes ask students to use their smartphone to search for vocabulary and correct pronunciation in class. So if you think how she acts, she says they already have these phones. It's a useful tool for them. Therefore, she feels responsibility. She should train them to use this tool. So when you analyze that, you can see the responsibility under there. She uses it for vocabulary and pronunciation. If you notice, she's a teacher of business English, so she's very aware of the real world needs of the students. She says, but we need to monitor them. It's difficult to monitor them because they will use their smartphone for other purposes when we forget to monitor them. So she's aware also of her responsibility. She must check on them. This is an extra duty for her. And then she says, class management is more difficult and complicated. So the smartphone introduces new opportunities in her class, but it means that she has to take on new duties to check the students and to manage the class. So the environment influences her. This is what I'm interested in. So this is a simple example to give you for the idea of agency. Again, so here she says, the context is every student has a smartphone. What she does, she sometimes asks them for only 2 things, pronunciation and vocabulary, but we have to watch them. So she controls it, pronunciation, vocabulary, and has to monitor them. Okay, here's another example. This is on a English for academic purposes discussion list. Here they're saying, we are questioning if we should also allow laptops to be used for note-taking under exam conditions. So here is a teacher. If you notice, they're developing a new listening assessment. So they're thinking, should we allow students to use laptops? So they're thinking about that and they want to know what other teachers are doing. to connect with their decisions. So this is another example where when you use agency, you realize teachers spend a lot of time thinking, how should I act? What should I do? What decisions should I take? What will be best for the students, because teachers want to act responsibly. So again, new listening assessment. In higher education, people do note-taking on laptops. They want to make it authentic, so they think they should allow laptops, but they're wondering. So this is an interesting way. There are many approaches to agency, but the one I'm taking here is a sociocultural approach. Now, that's the background. I now want to talk about one teacher called Anya, who works in Scotland, and I want to show you some examples of how she chose to act in relation to technology and why. Okay, this was part of a big study I did with 19 English for academic purposes practitioners in New Zealand, England, Scotland, Vietnam, and Thailand. And the methodology is at the bottom: written narratives, individual interviews, and teacher group discussions. One of those teachers was Anya, so I'm going to show you what she said. So first of all, Anya, what she thought about was her student needs. That was her starting point. Motivation was a big problem. I had a really advanced class and they wanted to improve their English, but it was difficult to engage them. So she began to look, so that was the problem. She wanted to engage them, that was her responsibility. So she began to look at how podcasts could improve listening skills and motivated them. And she liked that because they were authentic texts. So she did, in her career, over a period of 2 years, she did four types of digital tools: podcasts. She used online chat. She used telecollaboration between Scotland and Palestine, and a video group discussion. And here we're going to, and so she used podcasts for listening, online chat for interaction. The telecollaboration between Scotland and Palestine was research and writing. And the video group discussion was looking at how to interact. And we're going to look at the video group discussion. So basically she found in one of the assessments, the students, she felt they were not improving in their group discussion. So they were science students and they had to be able to interact, and she felt they were not getting better. So what she did, she videoed them, she made a recording, and then she asked the students to analyze the video recording. So her worry, her sense of responsibility was that they were not improving. So she changed what she did, and she asked the students to annotate the video exactly to identify what in the discussion went well, not well, things that could have been done differently. So she asked the students to critically reflect on the video. They had to write something on that, and then they had to do the discussion again. And she found that they really improved the second time. So this was how she used technology to support reflection by students. I think it's quite a smart idea. And then she said she was interested in getting them to analyze the video group discussion because she felt they watched a lot of discussions on YouTube and in television programs. And if she taught them how to analyze the discussion, this was lifelong learning skills that's transferable skills that students will find useful later on in life. So this was her sense of responsibility to give lifelong learning skills. She's a strong advocate for reflection. So she wanted to use that to help students to interact effectively. I don't know to what extent students know what we are looking for, even though they get detailed feedback that identifies the behaviours we're looking for. So she felt she had given the students a lot of feedback, but there was not uptake. So she turned the students into, they had to identify the behaviours on the videos themselves. And she said, so she asked them to identify examples of helpful behaviours in the discussion and not so helpful. So she found this very helpful. So here we see a teacher using technology to meet student needs, but also to expand the skills of students. So for her, technology made the classroom more interesting. Now I'm going to talk about another study, and this is a very traditional classroom in Saudi Arabia, but where the teacher introduced WhatsApp. So you're going to see some examples of this. So this was from one of my PhD students, Fahad Al-Kasham, and he did his research that I supervised on social network mediated English language learning. So in the Saudi context, what he did, he looked at change over time. So when we look at technology, we don't very often, if I go back, whoops, sorry, I've got to go. Whoops, sorry, just go back. My apologies, everyone. Just go back. There we are. We don't very often with technology look at how it changes over time. So here, he began in week 4 and analysed over several weeks what was happening when he introduced WhatsApp. So at the top, you can see WhatsApp. There was initially when he introduced WhatsApp, the students mostly used it outside the classroom. And so, and the students found it entertaining. If you look at the middle part, they found it entertaining and a way to cooperate. So here are students taking, sort of interacting on WhatsApp. They're posting photos from the day's lecture on WhatsApp. That was at the start. They took photos of the day's lecture and shared them with each other. That's all they did. But by about week 5, they began to expand their use of that, and they began to link it more to their learning. So here we have an example of the teacher. The teacher began to use WhatsApp to share with the students about his hometown in India. And this really improved the relationship between the Indian teacher and the students from Saudi. So that was considered very helpful. And the students, as you can see here, he speaks with us about his city and his culture. So in this context, because the teachers are immigrants and they are temporary in Saudi Arabia, they normally don't connect with students, but this established a much better relationship. By the middle of the semester, WhatsApp really reduced anxiety and raised the confidence of the students. So here's one student, Orani. He says he has questions he didn't like to ask in class, but then he could ask the teacher out of class and he got the answer. So the students found this very beneficial. By about week 10, it had improved even more. The students were very motivated. So they said, initially they didn't know anyone, but now all the students know them, and that encourages them to participate. And here's another student who was Orene. He felt very proud because he said, the students start to ask me questions. So the WhatsApp meant that the class actually had better relationships. I've almost finished. Towards the end, This is towards the end of the semester. Even the teacher is friendly in the group and keeps motivating us. He doesn't mind to answer all of our questions. And they felt they became closer to the teacher. Of course, there's a question here about teacher workload, but in this context, the teacher was happy with WhatsApp because he felt his face-to-face classes improved. Finally, the students said they wanted to use WhatsApp for other subjects and would continue to use it with their friends. So it's kind of transformed the nature of classroom relationships. And at the top there it says freedom. Students felt that they gained a new type of freedom by using WhatsApp in the classroom compared to the traditional classroom. So they said they actually introduced it to their other classes. The students then together introduced it in their physics class. And they felt that if they could have WhatsApp across all their classes, it would enormously help their learning. So they had an expanded use of WhatsApp. So what are the conclusions we can make? Well, if we're doing research in computer-assisted language learning or technology-mediated language teaching, I don't think we should have studies which just focus on the tool. What's really interesting is not the tool, but how people use it. So I think now, because using WhatsApp in Saudi Arabia would be very different from using WhatsApp in Kazakhstan, and that would be different from using WhatsApp in New Zealand. Secondly, if you're doing research, it's really important to read all the prior research and build on that. Thirdly, you should know to what extent what you're doing could be used by other people, so it should be transferable. The next point, context, is really important. Then triangulate. So when I looked at Anna, I had written narrative interviews and teacher group discussions, so you need multiple data sources. And finally, you need criticality and complexity. No tool is a magical answer. So you need to think about what are the advantages and the disadvantages. So finally, I'm saying here, an important implication is that digital learning environments need new methodological tools to understand contemporary language learning. And the place of these tools within students' everyday life worlds and identities. So to understand WhatsApp, to really understand how it works, we have to think about the Indian teacher talking about his village and the students' desire to interact with each other. So the implications are theoretical. I think agency is a very useful tool. I think there are practical implications in that I think whatever we do should be something that adds value to students and their learning. And we need to take an inquiry-based approach into whatever we do. There are no immediate answers with any form of technology-mediated language teaching. And I think the four groups to think about are students and teachers, teacher educators, and also institutions. What is the institutional context like? So thank you for listening, everyone. I hope you found that interesting and helpful. It's lovely to connect with all of you in Kazakhstan. I'm not sure, is that about the right time? I think it is.
I think, Cynthia, your timing was quite perfect.
Good, good.
Yeah, we have to learn from you, I think, how to manage the time.
I have to go to a graduation dinner. So I'm all dressed up here. Yes, so I couldn't go over time. It's graduation season in New Zealand. So we have a dinner with the students. So that's very nice. Yes.
Right. And so you have it the dinner offline. But I mean, I'm saying this because here in Kazakhstan, we are all in distance format of learning, so we do not really see our students.
Well, actually, my university is mostly distance, but they all travel to come to graduation. And at the moment, we are not in lockdown, but you must still wear the mask on aeroplanes.
Oh, yeah.
So,
okay.
And public transport. So, but we are going into winter in New Zealand. So I think we're all a bit worried that COVID may come back.
But good for New Zealand. As far as I know, it is the situation has been much better in New Zealand compared to around the world.
Yes, thank you. I cannot believe, I mean, when we meet across the world like this, we have to talk about the virus. This is unimaginable 10 years ago that we would be talking at a conference about viruses.
Sure.
Yeah.
Blessed land, though. For me, it is the land of the Lord of the Rings. I would like really to see the setting, the scenery.
I have the volcanoes near our house. It's Lord of the Rings. That's right. Yes.
Active, by the way.
Hobbiton and all of that. It's lovely.
Well, all right.
Okay.
Dear participants, if you have questions or comments, please go ahead. Does anyone have questions or comments? Well, apparently not so far. Well, you just mentioned, Cynthia, your visit to Uzbekistan. You said that you enjoyed everything there. I enjoyed, I had the pleasure of listening to your presentation there. I really very much hope that you'll be able to visit another stan, sometime in the future, and you will like the food here too.
Good, very good. Very good. The bread was wonderful, wonderful. I would love that. All right, so we just have to get through COVID and then the world will open up again. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your attention and this generous invitation. I really was very happy to respond in this way. It was very pleasing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
See you.
Bye, everyone. I'll go to my dinner now. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
All right. So let's continue then. So next coming up, we have the workshop by Olga Mishenko. And sorry, is it Mishenko? Yeah. Okay. So just a few words. So Olga obtained a master's degree in Norwich Institute for Language Education, and she's also a member of CAST. And she completed the Professional Development for Teachers Trainer course conducted by Arizona State University, where she was working on creating a training course, Authentic Materials and Actions. And now she would like to share the acquired knowledge with us. And the topic of the workshop is the power of images in the ASL classroom. Okay, Olga, please.
Good day, everybody. Right, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Let me share my screen with you. Can you see the title of the presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Now we can start. Okay. So as you can see, this thank you, Nursultan, for introduction. As Nursultan said, it will be a workshop. So I would appreciate if everybody takes active participation in this workshop. So the chat, you can type your answers in the chat. Let me see. Yeah, the chat is right here, and I will be able to see what you're talking about. Let's get started. Now, the first one, if you look at the next slide, you can see the adage here, picture words a. Anybody can tell me what the missing words are? Anybody can complete this phrase? Right, for some reason I cannot see the chat, so if somebody can help me.
Well, the chat says a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Then Saulia says 1,000,000 words. The previous one was from Dinara.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So,
you're absolutely right. Yes, the picture was 1,000 words. That was the phrase. And if I ask you to imagine right now, to think about the word house, what do you see in your mind? You see the word or you see a picture? So anybody can type in the chat. So I cannot see the chat, unfortunately.
Sorry, Olga. Yeah, everybody is typing picture.
No, you can see the picture. Yes, that's the way that's the way our brain is wired. Yes, so we started using pictures for communication long before we could communicate to each other properly using words. So if you remember these stick figures in the caves, you can understand what I am talking about, right? So now let's look at another slide here, and I will talk about doodles. So anybody knows what doodles are?
No idea.
No idea. Thank you.
I've never heard about such a concept.
Okay, thank you. So the first doodle was created by Gasta Garaci in the 16th century, and it resembles the picture you can see in the caves, right? Anybody can guess what it might mean?
Well, looks like a human being's figure.
You're absolutely right. Yes, right. That's Anything else? What is he doing? What is this person doing?
Well, standing by the wall.
Absolutely, yes. This is
standing by the wall.
Thank you, Aral. Thank you very much. So this is the picture, right? The answer is this is the picture of a blind man behind the street corner. So the blind man is trying to use his stick to find his way along the street. So this is an activity which you can use with your students. Doodle is combined of two words. It's a doodle and the riddle. So you have got doodle. And the second picture, if you look at the second one, anybody can guess what it means? Look at the second one. So let me just tell you, right? There are four animals who are trying, I mean by elephants, and they're trying to touch the ball with their trunks.
Oh, really?
Yes. All right.
Doesn't look it. Okay.
So you have to use your imagination. So since we're talking about warm-up activity, let me show you a few more. And the next activity is connected with your memory. It's a kind of memory test. And I think Gary was talking about how to use pictures at the beginning of our conference. So it's something like that. Let's try to look at the picture. You're going to see this picture for 20 seconds, and I want you to remember as much as you can about this picture. Ready? All right, this picture, and you see this for 30 seconds. It will be better if you don't write anything down. Just look at the picture.
Sorry, I like cheating. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so let's see. And now I'm going to ask you questions, and after that, I will ask you what kind of grammar I was checking by this. All right. How many people were there? If you can. All right, if you can type this in the chat, it will be better. So how many pictures, how many people could you see on the picture?
Most people say six mostly.
6
Also have 5 and 7. Yeah.
So there were actually 7 people. Okay, how many shops were there, or what kind of shops were there? Anybody remembers? What kind of shops you could see on the picture? What kind of shops?
So we have very various answers here, like 3, 6, 7, 1.
All right. What kind
Yeah.
of shops? I would prefer if you tell me the name of the shops.
Yeah.
What kind of shops were there?
Yeah. People say so. It's like shop in a cafe, jewelry shop.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. So they were also, I could also ask you a question. What were the people wearing? What were they doing? And etc. So when I ask you questions like that, what kind of grammar I'm checking? At least 2 pieces of them. What did I check?
Well, it's hard to say.
I was using construction.
Present continuous, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, thank you. Present continuous, there is, and there are. So you can use this picture as a warm-up activity to recycle or revise the vocabulary that you were talking about, or you can use this as the warm-up activity at the beginning of the class, okay? So let's move on, and I'm going to show you another activity. You can use this to introduce grammar, for example. Now, in my class, when I conducted this activity in my class, I usually project the picture on the whiteboard and ask half of the students turn around so that they cannot see whiteboard, and half of the students can see the picture on the board. And I can see people, places, and things on the pictures. So the students who look at the picture are supposed to explain what they see using relative clauses and using the relative pronouns like who, which, and where. Let's try. I'm going to give you a couple of hints for the first picture, and I'm going to use relative clauses who. This is the person who used to be the 44th American president. Okay, this is the person who got the Nobel Prize, a Nobel Peace Prize. And this is the person who was the first African-American president. Okay, anybody can tell me? So I cannot see the chat, so maybe somebody can.
Yeah, we got the answers. Like everybody says it's Barack Obama.
Barack Obama, exactly. So, and then you can see the picture right here. And you can do this with the rest of them pictures as well. So let's do one more. I will tell you a couple of sentences using which. This is the building which was built in the 7th century. This is the building, the architectural construction, which is considered the biggest, the longest Asian architecture. Right? Anybody can tell me what this is?
Hedgestone.
Stonehenge.
Yeah, I think they mean the longest Eiffel Tower, the answer
the longest,
also.
I think Eiffel Tower will be the highest, so we're talking about the longest.
Yeah, we also have the Great Wall.
Absolutely, the Great Wall of China. Yeah. So, and you have to use your students' background knowledge, because from my experience, when I showed them the picture of some political figures from India, for example, they didn't know the name, and some people knew, some people didn't. So that was quite interesting to see, to notice what kind of background knowledge your students have. Another example of pictures, how you can use them to teach grammar, will be deduction. And I would like you to pay this attention to these 2 slides, because if you're going to take, or if you're teaching your students to take exams like FCE, SIA, and CPE, this kind of grammar will be absolutely crucial, vital for your students if you want to get the highest score. So you can use these pictures to teach your students deduction, and you can see present deduction, so must, might, and can't. If you look at this picture, you can say it must be winter, because you can see the snow. So might, you can say this might be a music school, or it might be his house, right? Something like that. And when you talk about past deduction, also about pictures, you have to use must have, might have, and the third form of the verb. So if you look at the first picture right here, anybody can tell me the sentence? What kind of deduction you can make about these people on the first, on the second picture? You can type this in the chat, or you can tell me if you want. Mhm. Okay, so you can say it. They must have traveled for a long time because they look tired. You can say they might have visited a park, or they might have visited their grandparents, and etc. So the pictures you could see right now could help them to understand and learn deduction, and that will help them to use this kind of construction during the test, because sometimes students, they know the grammar, but when it comes to real test, they tend to forget, right? It just leaves their mind.
Yeah,
All
we, by
right.
the way, have some we have some
Yeah,
answers
yeah.
here.
Mhm,
So Suli Yeshangazina says like the mother and her kids might have had a busy day.
Perfect. Yes, perfect, Solia. Very good. Good job.
Yeah, and by Oral Mustapayeva, yeah, they might have been at the wedding.
Ah, all right. Yeah.
It's about the second picture. I'm sorry.
It's about the second picture. They might have been at the wedding. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so another question for you before we continue. Could you type in the chat? Do you use the images in your classrooms? Or do you think, or what kind of images do you use in your classroom? So you can type this in the chat.
Yes, so most people say yes, they do.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. So we know right now, right? We know from these few slides that we can use images to learn grammar. Images definitely grab our attention, and images could explain tough concepts. So if we think about tough concept, reading about this tough concept could take time, and reading is a time-consuming process. So to analyze a visual scene is a much faster process. That's why the infographics, the next slide, you can see them, are so popular nowadays. In phonographic, you can see different kind of newspapers, magazines, and if you look at the first right here, could you tell me what was the most popular way to find a partner in the 2017?
Online?
Online. And what was the least popular way to find a partner?
Through family?
Through family, yes, thank you, Aral. Now let's look at another infographic. Could you tell me which country has got the highest number of electric cars?
Well, the highest.
The highest number of electric cars. Anybody? You can type in the chat, and Sultan maybe can help me.
1020?
So which country has got the highest number of electric cars?
Yeah, we got the answers here. Yeah, China. Everybody says China.
Yes, China has got the highest number of electric cars. And if you look at the last infographic, you can tell me which country is ahead of any other country in terms of vaccination.
Israel.
Israel, exactly, right there, ahead of most of the countries right now in the world. So if you're looking for the images where you can find these infographics, there is a website right here. Let me show you in a moment. And you can find tons of different kind of infographic on variety of topics, from space to business, medicine, and IT technologies. And they're all free. You can just find them useful for IELTS students, for example, if you're looking for images to describe. Second thing, how you can use infographic or images. Anybody heard about Pecha Kucher? If you type this in the chat, so could you please, or you can tell me, it will be very nice if you could tell me.
Well, that's
anybody knows about Pecha Kucher?
That's about PowerPoint presentations, right?
It's a type of presentation, exactly. So in this presentation, you're supposed to use 20 slides, and you have to speak for 20 seconds for each of the slides. Okay, so this way, if you visit the website, Pecha Kucher website, you have got a lot of different examples. And I usually ask my students to give presentation every semester. And it's very difficult to predict how long the presentation is going to last. But if you use PechaKucha presentation, you know exactly that presentation is going to last 6 minutes, 20 seconds, something like that. So quite useful way to use pictures. And last but not least, this website is also useful. I will share the links later in the chat box after the presentation is over. You can see the website, which is useful for different kind of writing activities. And this website, this particular link here is presenting the random pictures, and the random pictures will, okay, you have to describe them. So when you get the random picture, you have to describe them. It could be one picture, it could be a few, so you can turn these pictures in the surprise PechaKucha presentation. Or you can use this for writing activities as well. All right, now, and let's move on. Scientists believe that we process images at alarming rate. We process images very quickly. So we can get the sense of the visual scene in less than 1/10 of the second. And this ability saved our ancestors from being attacked or eaten by the predators. And if you look at evolution, that we go over with right now from Facebook to Instagram and to TikTok, evolution is not over. We are moving to the faster pictures. So let's see if we still have this ability to grab idea as quickly as we used to did. So you can see examples from the book, which was created by Gary Larson. The book is called The Far Side, and he uses cartoons to present his ideas, to convey to his ideas. Let's look at this one. Let's look at the middle one. Anybody can tell me what this picture represents?
Oh, the way how we see.
So the way we see ourselves, right? At least most of us can see that. So these images, they have got the meaning behind them. And I use these images as the part of my speaking test in order to determine the proficiency level of my students. And some students don't understand what's the punchline, what's the joke here. But the students who did, from my observation, they usually were very successful in learning languages. So that could be the coincidence, so it could be correlations, who knows. Okay, so to understand some of the images, you definitely need knowledge of the word, or you need some background knowledge. So if you look at the photographs by Chemamades, let's look at the one in the middle. You ask your students to explain what you see, tell me what you see on these photographs. And you will be surprised that every student will tell you different story. They all see different kind of pictures depending on their life experience, background, or what they know about the world. So if you look at this picture right here, anybody can tell me, what does it tell you? What do you see here? Okay, I'll try the chat one more time.
Oh.
What can you see here? What does it represent? If somebody can tell, it will be nice.
So there is, so there are semances here. So our world is a stage where actors.
Exactly, yes, that's what I was talking about. So to understand, to remember this quote about the we are the actors and the world is the stage, you have to know about Shakespeare, right? It's a background knowledge. That's something that you have to use when you look at this picture.
Right.
All right.
And one more answer by Dinara Karimova. So our perceptions of things are different. It's about the spoon and the fork.
Yeah, all right. I have got a different idea about the spoon and the fork, but yeah, this one also works. There is no one correct answer there, and you can ask your students to discuss this, and you will be surprised by the answer they give you. All right, let's move on. Images, if you talk about the images, they have got potential to get emotional response. And from the audience, and the emotional response usually triggers the memory. And this technique using emotions and memory is employed a lot by advertisers in advertisements. So if you look at this picture, right, what is advertised? What is advertised here? Okay, you can see the product, and you can see that ants avoid this. So it's good for your children, it's good for your teeth. And next time you see this product in the shop, Chupa Chups, you might remember the picture and think that, okay, I'll buy something like that. All right, advertisement.
Yeah, sorry, but couldn't this advertisement be like understood in a different way? Like, for example, Zuhra here, Timirova says like it advertises the chemicals that it can
very good, very good. So it could backfire. So sometimes you have to be very careful with advertisement. Thank you for the idea. Right, it could backfire. So you have to be very careful. And United Colors of Benetton, they're not afraid of backfire because the advertisements are controversial, grotesque, and sometimes gruesome. But people talk about them, and that's what they need. So another advertisement here from BMW, you can see the tree and you can see the apple. And the slogan of the company, never be late again. What are they referring to? So you need a background knowledge here to understand the message from this advertisement. Anybody can help me?
The researcher has already gone.
Okay.
The apple is late.
Very good. Thank you, Aral. Any other ideas?
So Dinara Karimova says Newton's discovery, is it like connected with it?
Yeah, absolutely. So if Newton was not there when the apple fell on his tree, he will not come up to the theory of gravity. So to understand this advertisement by BMW, you at least need to know about Newton. And one more advertisement right here. It's by WWF. And this advertisement triggers our instinct of survival, right? If you look at this, you can see that the second picture is more horrifying than the first one. And you probably can understand why. Or you can discuss this with your students. Okay, we know that advertisers, they use emotions to trigger us and make us do what they want. Sometimes artists go so too far in the attempt to attract the attention of the audience. And this is an example of such an experiment. This was the installation art presented in one of the galleries, and it's called Fish in a Blender. So the first thing that you can do with your students, you can discuss, is it art or not? The second question you can ask, and these involve moral issues, would you push the button? Would you turn on the blender and kill the fish? Maybe that was the idea of this presentation. Okay, so this is something that you can discuss with your students. And if we move on to the moral issue, a lot of speaking activities could be involved with the pictures. So all pictures you can see here, they more widely discussed on the internet. And let's talk about the first one. They all raise certain issue. So the picture here is called the vulture and the girl, and was taken by Kevin Carter in Sudan. He waited, when he took this picture, he waited for 20 minutes. So the vulture was close to the girl. He positioned himself to take the best possible shot. And only after that, he chased the vulture away. So he sold this picture, the photograph, to New York Times. And when the photograph was published, the very next day, a lot of people started writing to newspaper asking what happened with the girl. Is the girl alive? Did she survive? And newspaper didn't know, so they sent them the letters to Carter, and he didn't know either. So there was the moral issue. Was he responsible for the girl or not, right? I used this photograph with my students in the class, and we had a very passionate discussion. Because when Carter was talking to people about this photograph, he was using his ideas. He said, the girl had parents. Why did I have to help her? He also said that we were not allowed to touch people there because of the famine. The health was deteriorating and they were very ill. So not to spread the disease, we were not allowed to touch these people. He also said that that was not unique. That was, you could see this everywhere. And students come up with a different kind of ideas to oppose this. So you can have a debate here, you can have a writing essay. But the thing is, the picture was published in 1993 and 1994. Carter got the Pulitzer Prize for this picture, but he couldn't cope with all the pressure from people. And in 1994, he committed suicide. So last but not least, let's talk about how to use paintings in your CLIL lessons. So for 27,000 years, since the first cave painting were discovered, using pictures to tell the stories has been one of the most fundamental ways of communication. And not only communication, education, because in the Middle Age Europe, people could not read. And paintings and churches were used to educate people, to teach people about religion. And pictures and paintings, every painting tells a story. And the stories are engaging and they are universal. And so if you look at the painting, which is called the Arnolfini portrait by Jan van Eyck, this is probably one of the most mysterious paintings in the history of art. Right? And if you look at the numbers here, you can see how many symbols are in these paintings, and every symbol representing something. Nobody knows who the people on the paintings are. There are so many different kind of books and articles were written about that. So I will just show you a few ideas to get you as hooked as I am. So let's see, the chandelier has got only one candle. Why? So you can see right here on the bed, Saint Margaret, who is the protector, the patron of the fertility. And you can see the brush, which is symbol of the womanhood and household. So if you look at the mirror at the back of the painting, you can see that there are not 2 people, but 4 people in the room. Who these other people? If you look at the painting, you can see that there are oranges here, right? And just 5 millimeter in the window, right here, you can see 5 millimeter. When you looked at this, you can see there are cherries on the tree. So it's summer. Why these people are wearing fur? Right? There are a lot of different kind of questions could be asked. So in National Gallery, what they did, they took the infrared picture of this painting, and instead of getting answers, they got more questions. Because if you look at the picture, the elements are different. There is no dog, there is no monster on the chair right here, and the position of the eyes and the hands are different. And there are so many different kind of theories about why that might be. So can you use your students to investigate this topic and see what the ideas they will come up to with. Okay, another example is the painting of Rembrandt, The Night Watch. This was the turning point. This painting was the turning point for Rembrandt, and it was a turning point for the history of art. By doing this painting, Rembrandt actually ruined himself, but at the same time, it's a masterpiece and why it happened. So you can talk to your students about the history, you can talk about traditions, you can talk about business here, what happened there, why he became ruined. One more example here, right? This is the legends about Helen and Hildebrand. This is the story from Ireland, the meeting on the turret stairs. What happened with these people, right? What happened before the painting, what happened was taken, what happened after. Definitely love story. Does this love story has got a happy ending, right? So you can see this painting in Dublin National Gallery. So quite a nice legend to talk about the history of Ireland with your students. you can use Bruegel's picture, painting, sorry, about the Netherlands. When you look at this painting, you can find 25 proverbs painted in this picture, and you can ask your students to find them and analyze. All right, now you might ask yourself, I teach business students, I teach IT students. Why do I need to teach my students about the art? And apart from the obvious reasons, you can look at this article from the Teaching Magazine, which is about that the new assessing criteria is discussed. So when it comes to the assessing speaking and writing, the new criterion, which is called literally competence. So apart from checking our students' grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, they are thinking about checking the background, the scope of the knowledge. So that how much students know about the literature, about the history. So that will be one more criteria for to look at or help develop our students. You can ask your students to read and analyze the article from the National Gallery where they analyze the infrared reflection of these paintings. And I will definitely recommend them to watch this video by Simon Schama, The Power of Art. And you can learn a lot about Caravaggio, Bernini, Rembrandt, and you can use ask your students to do the same. So that's all I wanted to tell you about today. And I hope you have good questions.
So, the colleagues, maybe you've got some questions to Olga. All right, so everybody says that your presentation was very informative and very fascinating. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that's it, right? So now, thank you, Olga, very much. Yeah, it was indeed very fascinating and entertaining as well. Yeah, so you can the participants, you can leave the comments, right, on the website, or some questions if you like to. All right, so let's now move on. So now we have the break, right? So it finishes at 14 o'clock. Yeah, so we're waiting for you here at 14 o'clock. So yeah.
So in the afternoon sessions, guys, that's everyone, this is just a little reminder. We have one more plenary talk from Richard Harrison, and then we go to two concurrent paper sessions. They will be chaired by our colleagues from among the speakers themselves. All right. And so we will be waiting for you here at 2 o'clock. So see you later, everyone. Please, I want to remind you one more time, please go to our conference website to leave your comments and also to see the information on earning certificates. Well, the listeners, the attendees of the conference, you have the opportunity to earn a certificate. And so there are some regulations, some rules for it, and please go to the website. Mm-hmm. Olga, thank you very much. You are sharing the resources, and we're going to place them on our website as well. Okay, everyone, see you in about 40 minutes. Ну, что нам сделать пока? Пусть оно висит, да? Сказать, что они могут общаться, типа, без нас, без... So the conference is on. Guys, you don't have to leave the All right, dear everyone, if you have a desire to stay and communicate, have more discussion, the conference will be on. All right, we will just come back in well, in less than 40 minutes now, but the conference will be on.
All right, so we're about to start in like 5 minutes. Okay, so Raymond.
Hello. Hello, I can't hear you.
Nursultan, we cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Слышно?
I can.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Bahadgul.
Uh-huh.
I can hear you. But I can't hear Nur Sultan.
Something is happening to his sound system. We're fixing it. Hello, Richard.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Great to
Hi,
see you again.
Oh, yes. It's good to be back.
Good to be back.
Good to be back in Kazakhstan, although it's a long way from the UK.
Yeah, right. We are mentally together.
Exactly.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got used to Zoom now, I think, so it feels as though we're in the same room.
In my cases, I would say we are getting used.
Yeah.
Step by step.
Yes, yeah. Well, hopefully we'll go back to face-to-face conferences one day soon.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Sure, we should hope. You are now in London?
I'm in London, yes, that's right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I've just finished my breakfast. I think you've just finished your lunch.
Absolutely so. That's true.
Yes. But it's a good time for me.
Mm-hmm. It's good. Hello, Rema. I can see
Yeah.
Rema is enjoying her tea or
Coffee.
water.
Yeah, to stay awake.
Very good. Rema, what time is it now there?
11.
11. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's not too early, not late.
It is so good to see you again, Rema.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, we're about to start. Okay. And so we are going to have one more plenary session, right? And then we are going to have 2 concurrent sessions. I'm just reminding you, dear participants. All right. And so session 1 is going to be continued using this same Zoom link. And session 2, there is another account. There is another Zoom link for session 2. Well, and now I think it is time for me to introduce our next keynote speaker today, Richard Harrison. We had the pleasure of having Richard Harrison at our previous conference in 2019. And now we are privileged to have him today again. So Richard Harrison is an author, teacher, trainer, and publisher based in Muscat, Oman, and also in the United Kingdom. He first graduated from the University of London, King's College, and later the University of Manchester. He obtained an MA in Applied Linguistics. He has worked at different universities and colleges over the last 40 years in Iran, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. He also worked for the British Council in Russia as the ESP consultant for 3 years in 1990s, a post which involved travel to Kazakhstan, Georgia, and Belarus, as well as different regions of Russia. In 2014, he retired from his position as head of foundation at the German University of Technology in Oman. In the same year, he set up his own publishing company, Canford Publishing, focusing on English language teaching textbooks. He is the author of more than 30 ELT publications for Canford, OUP, and Pearson, among others. His publications include Framework, Academic Writing and Critical Thinking, Canford, and Headway Academic Skills, Oxford University Press. So today he is going to speak on teaching critical thinking, a 21st century skill. Richard?
Right. Well, thank you very much, Bahyatul. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
My pleasure. Well, it is absolutely correct.
Right. And it's very nice to be speaking to you again in Kazakhstan, this time from London. So I'm going to be talking about critical thinking, and first of all, putting it in the context of 21st century skills. And then I'll be looking at first of all, what critical thinking is, and then how we can introduce it into the language classroom. And I'll have a number of different suggestions for doing that. So let me just share my screen if I can. Okay, I think there we have it. All right.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, good. All right, so the 21st century skills, those skills that are recognized as being necessary in the age of the internet. And here you see a list of the skills. Now, and there is critical thinking amongst that list of 12 skills. Just as a little critical thinking exercise, I'm actually going to put this list into a classification. So actually taking a list of any items and deciding what they have in common and how they are different, and then putting them into groupings is in fact a critical thinking skill. So when we do this, we divide it into learning skills, literacy skills, and life skills. We can see that that is a much better way of showing these skills to the reader or to the person listening to the discussion. So that's just a little example. So let me talk about what critical thinking is. It's a type of thinking. So it goes alongside everyday thinking, scientific thinking, creative thinking, abstract thinking, and so on. Everyday thinking is the kind of thinking we do throughout the day when random thoughts drift into our minds, rather like clouds, and sometimes they're nagging thoughts we don't want. They're not voluntary, they're involuntary. And that's everyday thinking. Critical thinking is not like that. It's very different from that. Critical thinking is non-random, it's conscious. So we focus on a particular issue, a particular problem. So it is also voluntary. We want to do this as well. It's reflective, meaning that it is deep thinking, and we do it over a period of time. And it is also, we can say, reasonable, meaning that it's based on reason. So we use reason to decide what to believe or what to do, what course of action to undertake. Another thing about critical thinking is that it's rarely taught explicitly. The assumption is that we pick it up along the way. And in my experience of teaching in the Middle East, I found that this is not always the case, it's not usually the case. And yet it's an integral part of academic life. So everything our students do at university, whether they're writing an academic essay or reading a textbook or looking at data, analyzing data, taking part in a discussion, and so on, it involves critical thinking. Another thing we can say about critical thinking is that it encourages an examination of our cognitive biases. And these are biases that we have and we're not really aware of until we start to think about them. And psychologists have identified many different types of biases, but I'll just give you a few examples here. Confirmatory bias is a common one, I think, is when we say, I'm just going to look for information that supports my view. So if we have a particular point of view, we look for information. We don't look for information that contradicts our thinking. We look for information that supports it. So this is a bias, conformity bias. That's what everybody thinks. We want to be like our friends and colleagues. So we tend to go along with what they are thinking, sometimes called group thinking or herd bias. Hindsight bias, I think we all suffer from this. I knew that all along. This is what I really thought. I predicted this would happen. But if you go back in time, then perhaps you didn't really know what was going to happen. And then another one, availability bias. I'll just look for information that's easily available. And of course, we're all guilty of this, but we can also see examples of this in the media. And I'm just going to show you this slide from James Clear. And he's talking about one part of the media, the news. So what actually happens in the world, what is covered in the news. And I think, so heuristic, by the way, means a shortcut. So media outlets tend to go for the news that's easily available rather than what is really happening in the rest of the world. I think we can all think of examples here when individuals are focused on, or countries are focused on, and we think, well, what's happening with the rest of the 7 billion people in the world or the other 200 countries in the world? Okay, so that's one aspect of critical thinking. It also encourages us to search for facts, for data, and for evidence. I've called this a relentless search. This is really fundamental to critical thinking, that anything we do should be based on facts, data, and evidence, even if we don't like it. And another thing is that it introduces skepticism and doubt. And I think these are positive things. It's not the same as being negative about something. It's really challenging something that is put in front of you. Whether, for example, it's some data or a report or a proposal or an opinion or whatever. We're skeptical initially, meaning we want to ask questions. So for example, here, the data clearly shows that everything is just fine, but the lady here is not really quite so sure. And this, of course, leads to asking questions. And I think here we come to the fundamental of critical thinking, asking questions. And this is what I tried to do with my students when I was working at the German university in Oman, actually, getting students to ask questions. and not just factual questions. And if you're familiar with Bloom's taxonomy, these would be the ones at the bottom here of the pyramid, questions about remembering and understanding, but higher order questions, and questions that are probing and perceptive and hypothetical maybe, and analytical. So what I'm trying to say is that critical thinking is in fact developing a mindset, a way of looking at the world. And I'm going to be moving on to how we can, as language teachers, incorporate this into our programs. By the way, I like to use this image of a crystal or a diamond to represent critical thinking, a thinking that is clear, precise, sharp, incisive, and sparkling. And unfortunately, I know myself, a lot of the time we indulge in thinking that is woolly or muddled or unfocused, sloppy, lazy thinking even. So the question is, how do we get from that muddled state to that crystal clear state? So I've come across 4 approaches which I'm putting to you today. The first one is to get students to think about their thinking. The second one is to introduce a critical thinking syllabus. And then the third one is a more flexible approach to introduce critical thinking activities into the language classroom. And these can be 5 or 10 or 20-minute activities, and they can fit around your existing program. And the final one is, it requires very little change to your program, but just looking at the language exercises that you use in the course of your teaching, how can you add what I call critical thinking value to those language exercises? How can you take them up a stage or two to make them more representative of critical thinking? So I'll look briefly at all 4 of those now. So the first one, thinking about thinking, metacognition, it's sometimes known as. This involves getting students to actually, in a way, step outside their body and look at themselves objectively and ask questions about the way they learn, the way they study, the way they make decisions, and so on. And what I say here in the tip, think about your thinking by watching yourself, you will become a better student. So we want to get students into that habit of being objective about themselves, stepping outside of their body. What topics can we cover in this self-reflection? Well, making decisions, finding solutions to problems, completing a task. How do you prepare for an examination? How do you learn a new skill? For example, I don't know, driving or a new language or a new computer program or whatever, or skiing. How do you learn these skills? What steps do you go through? And then, as I mentioned earlier, overcoming personal biases, cognitive biases. So how do we actually go about teaching this? Well, I'm suggesting that we devise worksheets on each of these problems. So like this, for example, think about a big decision you had to make recently, a new job, a new home, ending a friendship or a relationship. What issue did you need to decide about? What steps did you go through? And so on. This isn't really a worksheet, it's more of a guide for a structured discussion. So I think in 2s and 3s, students could work on something like this, and it would encourage them to open up and also to examine the way, in this case, how they make a decision. Here's another example, conformity bias. Think about an important issue that you and most of your friends agree on. For example, climate change, arranged marriages, the importance of university education, and so on. So where there's an element of groupthink, choose a topic there, and then think of 3 opposing arguments to your view on this issue. It's not getting students to change their mind, it's just getting them to step back and think, well, there is another view, maybe I should reassess my opinion and not be influenced by people around me. So that's a good critical thinking practice. And we can do more and more of these worksheets to help this. Okay, let's move on quickly to a critical thinking syllabus. And here, if you have space in your program, in your foundation program or whatever program you have, then you can insert a critical thinking syllabus, but not everybody has that luxury, of course, with time. I think of critical thinking as a bundle of skills, rather like reading is a bundle of skills, or writing, or speaking, or listening. And what I've tried to do is to unpick these sub-skills so that we can put them into a syllabus, we can teach them individually. So under the heading of arguments and opinions, build strong arguments, looking at both sides of an argument, supporting an opinion with examples, evidence, reasons, and sources. And as I said, when I was at the German university in Oman, my students had lots of opinions. They were very good at expressing their opinions. Well, they were very forceful in expressing their opinions, but they used exaggeration and emotion, and they were not very good at examples, evidence, reasons, and sources. So that's something we can work on. Another area is definitions. If we're going to discuss a particular topic, such as poverty, we need to know exactly what we mean by this term. And this helps us in our thinking, and it also helps the listener or the reader. So if we make a statement like this, poverty worldwide has been decreasing steadily for a number of years, but how do you define poverty? And this is a very good question to throw into any discussion. How do you define poverty or stereotype or genocide or democracy? In this case, we could answer with the United Nations definition. Okay, so data, commenting on data, asking questions about data, linking cause and effect, and avoiding false correlations. And of course, because 2 things happen at the same time, doesn't mean to say that there is a correlation between them. There's not a causal relationship between them. Problem solution, another area we can look at. How do you identify and describe a problem? Solutions to that problem. And then using criteria to make an intelligent choice. So if we want to buy a car, for example, we might decide our criteria are going to be price, safety record, comfort, fuel economy, color, and so on. And then we had decide to rank those. What's the most important for me? And that way we make what we could call an intelligent choice. I've already looked at classifying. So we can, this is a critical thinking in itself, putting skills into groups or rocks or books or sports or anything. A nice activity to carry out with students. Analyzing a process. So taking a process like tea production, for example, and breaking it down into a lot of steps. It makes it easier to understand, and it makes it easier to explain to people. And so going from picking the leaves to producing the tea bags at the end. In just a moment, I'll take a sip of water. Or a procedure. So that can also be broken down into a series of steps. So if you were going to send a parcel from Kazakhstan to London, what steps would you have to go through in the procedure to send this parcel? Distinguishing fact and opinion. We can use texts, and we can use those in many ways, but an important skill is distinguishing what is a fact and what is an opinion. So that's something that we can work on. And then finally, we mentioned thinking about thinking. Okay, so those are the things that we can put into a critical thinking syllabus. I'll just mention what I did with my book here, a framework. There's the critical thinking syllabus, or component, I could call it, which goes alongside writing and a language component as well. So there are the different skills underneath that. Okay, let's move on to classroom activities. As I said, this doesn't involve a lot of change to your existing program. These are 5-minute, 10-minute, 20-minute activities you can fit in where it suits you. And on the left here, I've got a list of these tasks and activities. You're probably familiar with most of these. But on the right, I've put what skills they are mainly practicing. So, for example, brainstorming, we all know about brainstorming. Well, this is practicing creative thinking, getting students to think outside the box, think of crazy ideas, which may or not be good ideas in the end. Building strong arguments in a class debate, dividing a class into 2 teams and with opposing views, and they have to build arguments to debate the issue, either for or against. And then self-reflection, we've mentioned. Here are some more tasks and activities. The ones in blue, I'm going to look at in a little bit more detail now. And there again are the skills which you would. So as I mentioned, reading the text, distinguishing fact and opinion, but there are other things, of course, we can do with a text that practice critical thinking. And then these scam emails, advertisements, misleading data, and scientific experiments. I'll look at very briefly. Okay, so I'm going to just give you a little task now while I have another drink of water. And I want you to read this email and decide, this is an email that I received recently. I want you to say, should I delete or open the following email? And if I can work out the chat, maybe I can find your answers there. So can you just say if it's I should delete or open the following email? I'll just give you a moment to read it. We'll see if I can find the chat while that's going on. All I want is delete or open. A couple of deletes have come in from Tatiana, thank you. And Dinara and Yelena, Nur Sultan, everybody's saying delete. Okay, that's what I thought as well. Okay, excellent. Everybody's saying, Olga also saying delete. Okay. Right, I'm relieved. You all agreed with me. Okay. Now then, why did you choose that option, delete or open? Okay, well, I'm not going to have time to go through that, but here what are the reasons I chose for this. Okay, and I put them in red. First of all, it's a generic email. It's not addressed to me. It's supposed to come from PayPal, but it's not addressed to me. Also, it doesn't look very professional. They don't mention my account number. And then there's some strange language, alert activity. That sounds a bit strange. And then there's a mistake. We need to confirmation. That's not correct English. And you could also argue they need to put in the before problem and the before resolution center. So small things like that make me suspicious, and maybe these are the things that made you suspicious as well. Okay, so I would delete that. How do we use this in the classroom? I think this is a very nice activity, and I've devised here a kind of generic worksheet. What does the sender want you to do? You can use this with any email, or you can devise your own. So what does the sender want you to do? They usually want you to click on a link or to reply, or maybe even to send details of your account, bank account or whatever. So that's very suspicious. And the things I mentioned for being suspicious, they're not using my name, language mistakes, and also sort of a lack of professionalism with and if you looked at the email address, it doesn't look as though it came from PayPal. So that's what I would put in my worksheet. So you can do this with any email. And the wonderful thing about this is that what is really something very annoying, you're actually making use of. You're turning the tables on these people who send these emails, and you're ending up with a useful activity or a task for your classroom. So that's a bonus, I would say. Okay, this is what a real PayPal message looks like, and it's addressed to me personally. And if you read through that, you'll find there are no language mistakes. And of course, it looks a lot more professional. Okay. Right, let's move on now to advertisements, another rich source for critical thinking. Emails was a rich source, but also advertisements. And why advertising? Well, it's all around us. We can't avoid it. So that is very, very useful. But it's something to do with the values of advertising, which I think are very useful for us. Because advertisements, if you look at the one here, they're very subjective. They're full of emotion and exaggeration, misleading claims. There's very little evidence is provided for their claims, and sometimes they're not truthful at all. So these are the opposite of the values that we are trying to teach in the academic world. We're trying to teach students to be objective, to rely on data and evidence, and to, of course, to be truthful in what they are saying, and not to use emotion and exaggeration. So they're the opposite of what we want to do. And if you look around on the internet and from local sources, you find lots and lots of advertisements. And just give you a moment to study these. You can have a lot of fun with advertisements as well. These old cigarette advertisements often featured doctors, or at least drawings of doctors, saying that cigarettes were healthy. bottom left, something very topical. There's a company that's produced an anti-coronavirus mattress. So, and then you have advertisements for sales, and then flights, special deals from $39. Well, we know the price is probably going to be higher. So how do we exploit this? Again, with the worksheet, let me use this as an example. So what, of course, there's a grammar mistake there, but don't worry about that. So what kind of questions would we ask about this? And here's a worksheet. Again, a generic worksheet we can use with anything. What claim is the advertiser making about their product? Well, they're always making a claim, aren't they? They're always saying, if you buy this, then so and so. And think of 3 critical questions you could ask the advertisers. So again, it's something that can be done in pairs or small groups. And again, practicing this essential business of asking questions, sharp, clever questions that to get to the heart of the matter, to the heart of the truth. So, for example, this advertisement says the cream will improve the appearance of your skin. You might want to say, do these photos really show the same person? I mean, it looks impossible. You could get from the left to the right in a few weeks. So that's the next question. How long do you need to apply the cream? And then very cleverly, what test did you carry out? Where is the evidence? All right. So we're trading this habit, this mindset, a way of looking at something and asking questions like this. Right, swiftly on to, you can have, as I say, a lot of fun with those advertisements. So I suggest you build up a store of them, either on your computer, or you can get physical examples from newspapers. Misleading data. Now, in the age of coronavirus, we've got data all around us. So that is perhaps the only advantage that comes out of the current situation, is that we've got plenty of data we can look at. So misleading data, we need to get students aware of this. Some data can be inaccurate. They might use the wrong graphical representation. For example, using a graph instead of a bar chart, or a pie chart instead of a graph. So these sort of mistakes are often made. Cherry picking of data, I don't know if you know this expression. That means you just take the best bits of data that support, and this in fact is confirmational bias, as we mentioned earlier on. Not comparing like with like. So comparing apples and pears is useless because they're very different types of fruit. You've got to compare apples with apples. Lacking in context or perspective, we might also say this is tends towards the availability bias. So not looking at the broader picture. And then the y-axis not starting at 0. The last 3 here, I'm just going to give you examples of not comparing like with like. So here's COVID cases by country, and we see, this is old data, by the way, this is from last year, so things have changed. But if we look at this, we think, oh, well, the United States isn't doing very well. Look, it's at the top of the list with the total number of cases. And if we look further down, Austria is doing well. It's only got 13,000 cases. But of course, countries have different size populations. Some are very much bigger than other countries. So it's a little bit pointless comparing countries like this. Much better is to, if you can see, the reported cases per million inhabitants. So this is the ratio. So it is a much better way of measuring the performance of one country against another country. And if we do that, well, we see the United States still not doing very well, but Austria is actually doing worse than the United States compared with the size of its population. Okay, so that's just one example. Not looking at the wider context, and I've just got a little example from a famous painting, or it's famous in Britain. Here we see some characters dancing, some men dancing in the street. It looks, we wonder, well, why are they doing that? But if we look at the wider context, and there are the men in the bottom there, we can see that they've just come out of a factory at the end of the day, and they're probably happy to be released, and they're being a bit silly and having a dance. Okay, this is a painting by Lowry, in case you don't know, British painter. Okay, so looking at data again. So if I, for example, show you the deaths per day in the UK up to the present from February, and in February it was about 82, about 100 deaths a day, and now it's down to very little, you would think, wow, that's very good. That's a very good result. We're down to very, very small numbers of people actually dying from COVID. But we need to look at the bigger picture, of course. So if we look back to the beginning of the year, we can see that actually we've just come out of a very bad wave where numbers were very, very high in January. So we're getting a better picture. And you can see how this can be misused, can't you? We can just take a little bit of a graph to explain the point that we want, instead of looking at the whole picture. In fact, if we want to get a proper picture of the epidemic in the UK, we should have this view. So it's going all the way from March last year until May now. So we've had 2 waves, and thankfully the second wave is coming to an end, and we're getting back to normal. Okay, and that's where we were with the first slide. Right, the y-axis not starting at 0. This is often used to misrepresent data. Let me give you an example. Sorry, the quality of this is not very good. The newspaper, The Times, is saying that it is selling many more copies than its rival, which is the Telegraph. And you look at the gap here and you think, wow, that's quite a big gap. And they are selling a lot more than the rival newspaper, the Daily Telegraph. These are 2 newspapers in the UK. But if we look at the y-axis here, is actually starting at 420. So this is distorting the gap. If we work it out, the gap is actually only about 10% difference. It's not as big as it seems. And so this is a trick that is often used in sales, for example, to reflect a bigger difference than there really is. So those are all things that we can look at when we're looking at data and thinking how it might be used, it might be being used to mislead us. I see I'm running out of time, and I know you've got other things to go on, so I'm going to skip this section on the scientific method, although the scientific method is central to critical thinking. It's a kind of embodiment of critical thinking, going through all of these steps. It's a kind of formula. It's a process that scientists go through, and it's really the essence of critical thinking: observing, questioning, putting forward a hypothesis, carrying out an experiment, and a conclusion. And what I was going to show you, and no time, was how we could not carry out experiments in the classroom, but at least get students to think about how they would carry out an experiment to answer a particular question. And I'll just skip through this. So questions like, at a very low level, will it sink or float? And what is the fastest route to school and college, and so on. Okay, so the very last one, I'm really running out of time here. How we add value to what we're already doing in the classroom. So when we're teaching vocabulary or grammar or syntax, looking at reading texts or teaching writing, how do we add more critical thinking into what we are already doing? And I think this deserves perhaps a separate talk, but there's not time, unfortunately. So teaching of vocabulary, we would look at these items. This is the way we would normally teach vocabulary. But on the right here, I put some ideas for ways that we can actually increase the value of critical thinking. So instead of just matching words, for example, with pictures or with definitions, get students to put words into categories and groups. Grammar and syntax, again, on the left is what we might normally do. On the right, well, inductive instruction of grammar, in fact, involves more critical thinking than deductive, but there's a place for both, obviously. Okay, on to reading. Again, questions, low-level questions, who, when, where, and how much, and so on. They're quite low-level questions when we're looking at the comprehension of a reading text, but higher-order questions and analysis of the text are a good way of increasing the critical thinking content. Writing, the best way to teach people critical thinking is to teach them to write. This is a quotation from Jordan Peterson, and I'll leave that with you to ponder on. I won't answer that question. Why is teaching writing a good way of teaching critical thinking? So I'm going to skip that, I'm afraid, and just leave that with you to ponder on. So there's my conclusion. I think it is something that should be taught explicitly. And I mentioned the 4 approaches: thinking about thinking, putting in a syllabus, or flexible activities and tasks, or adding value to your language program. And I'll just finish by mentioning my books, Framework at the higher level and Framework First at the lower level. And these are my contact details if you would like any more information. There's also some YouTube videos as well available on my website. Right, well, I'm very sorry. I've run over time and I've rushed the last part, but I thank you very much for your attention and I hope you found it useful. I'll hand back to you, back your tool. Hello?
Maybe just read it. Nursultan, can you just read it?
Can you hear me? Right, very bad.
Okay. You cannot hear Nursultan, sorry. Richard, what he was saying actually is that there was a question to you in the chat. The question was related to how to react to students who, when asked a question, answer, I do not know, or I do not have an opinion. So maybe you have an expert answer.
Oh, well, I've had students like that. well, if they say, I don't know, you say, well, you find out. You find out. Give me the answer tomorrow. If they don't have an opinion, well, I'd be surprised. I always found students had lots of opinions. And what I found difficult was, as I suggested, was that they're not good at supporting their opinions with proper reasons or evidence or examples. They're full of emotion about their opinion. So I don't know what to do, really. If a student says they don't have an opinion, maybe you've asked the wrong question. Maybe the topic is not sufficiently relevant to those students. So you'd have to think about that again.
Absolutely, I agree with your answer. Thank you very much, Richard. We here in Kazakhstan, at our university, for example, I know that there is an issue of teaching critical thinking to students. Just a short question to you, Richard. You were mentioning introducing critical thinking syllabus. Have you ever come across real cases where critical thinking was really introduced as a separate syllabus in a study course?
Yes, I think it's quite common in many universities. It might be part of study skills or life skills. I think it is quite widely used at university level. I'm not sure about school level. At the German university, we tended to include it with academic English. And this, I think, I didn't have time to expand on this, but I think there's definitely a link between academic writing and critical thinking.
Well, sure.
We also introduced it within the study skills program as well. So there are precedents for that.
All right.
But the question is always one of time. You know, in your foundation program or whatever program you have, there are only so many hours, and you want to focus maybe on reading and listening and other skills, writing and so on. And so to put another program in alongside is sometimes very challenging.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. The chat is full of actually many words of thanks to you for
That's
your
very nice. Thank you very
presentation.
much. Yes, well, it's been a great pleasure, and thank you again. I apologize I always do this. I have too much material, and then in the end I have to rush. So maybe I need to do some critical thinking myself and decide to cut it down next time.
I guess we all need to, you know, sharpen our critical thinking skills, I believe. But thank you so much for this
very well.
material.
And good luck with the rest of the conference. I hope
Thank you very much.
Enjoyable day.
Okay, so we go on with the rest of the conference, as Richard has just said, and we go to two concurrent sessions. Actually, this session, session number 1, is staying here, right here. We have a chair for this session, and then session number 2, the link for session number 2 has been added to this chat. Please, dear participants who would like to attend session number 2, you can go there. And now I can introduce my colleague. We used to work together at this very university, Laura Ibraeva. She has turned her camera on. You can see this pretty face smiling. So she is going to take over and chair the sessions for, well, session 1 presentations. So Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pascal. It's very nice to see you, and I'm very pleased to be here.
Absolutely so.
So, yeah, shall we start? Yeah.
I think it is time, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, colleagues. Very nice Well, I can't see you all. I can see Professor Reema Al-Jarf. Yes, so thank you very much for turning on. And Maria also is on now. So thank you very much and welcome to this session, exploring contemporary roles for teachers and students, language transformation trends in the 21st century. Thank you very much for joining this session. And I'm really pleased to be here. And my name is Laura Ibraeva. I'm a PhD student at Nazarbayev University, and I'm a research assistant at Graduate School of Education of Nazarbayev University. And I will be serving you as your moderator today. Well, you'll be hearing a presentation first from Professor Reema Al-Jarf on issues in learning English for legal purposes. But before that, before we get started, I wanted to take a few seconds of your time. We have 20 minutes for both the presentation and Q&A session for each presenter. So I will have to stop you after 15 minutes, and then 5 minutes will be given for Q&A session after each presentation. You can either write your questions on the chat box, or you can ask the questions after each speaker. So globalization has resulted in English becoming the lingua franca of many different practices, including international legal practice. It's an honor to me to welcome Professor of ESL, ESB, Linguistic and Translation at King Saud University, Saudi Arabia, Reema Al-Jarf, and she has 700 publications and conference presentations in 70 countries. The floor is yours, Professor. Thank you very much. So please.
No sound. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Today I'm going to talk about some issues in teaching and learning English for legal purposes. At my college, we prepare translators, and the translation program is 10 semesters or 5 years. In semester 5, the students take a stylistics course. And in semester 9, they take a legal translation course. So it's very important for the students to be able to read and understand legal texts, and also to be able to identify the features, the lexical features, the syntactic features of legal documents or legal language. So in my study, what I did, I designed an instructional module for teaching the students how to comprehend the content of legal documents and how to identify the lexical and syntactic features of legal documents. And then I gave the students a test in order to find out which features of legal text are easy and which ones are difficult. Now, the module consisted of 3 components: the specialized legal documents, specialized legal terms, and specialized and grammatical structures that are common in legal documents. Now, examples of the legal documents are insurance policies, statutes, contracts, agreements, leases, petitions, investigations, etc. There are many types. Now, examples of legal terms. Legal terms have special features. For example, French terms are very common in legal language. Latin terms are also very common. Archaic words, we find coordination of synonyms and near synonyms like terms and conditions. Also, they put prepositions together, prefixing and suffixing of prepositions like hereby, herein, hereof, and also legal language or legal text, they use a limited number of lexical sets. Like deem, accept, acquire, exercise, observe, constitute, and so on. Now, some of the common grammatical structures in legal documents are the use of long and complex senses, use of conditional clauses, coordinated adverbials, use of the modal auxiliary shall. They would say the client shall do this. And also French word order of some phrases like court martial instead of martial court, and secretary general instead of general secretary. Adjectives like splendid, wise, disgusting are not frequent. Also, legal documents, they use statements, no questions. Occasionally, they use commands. No pronoun reference like their or his. No intensifying adverbs like very. Use of long, complicated nominal groups, noun phrases. They use long ones. Now the material and technologies used, what I did, of course, I took the technical terms, the technical legal terms from online legal dictionaries, and also the documents from internet resources, the assignments I gave to the students. I posted them on Blackboard, and in the classroom, I used a smartboard. What I did, I'm going to talk about the instructional stages. What I did, I just used direct instruction. I used sample text in the classroom. I performed a text analysis. I would read the text and then show examples of the vocabulary items and the grammatical structures, and then tell them this word, this is from French, this one is from Latin, this one is archaic, like this. And then the structures, I would identify the type of each structure. I used a smartboard so that they all see the document, and when I point at some phrases or some structures, they would all see them. And then after I finished, the students, they had to perform a text analysis themselves, practice, of course, reading and identifying the lexical features and the grammatical features in the document. At the end of the module, what I did, I gave the students a test, I gave them a text, and I asked them to identify the stylistic features in that text. The stylistic features, only two, lexical and grammatical or syntactic, the same. And then give two examples for each lexical or each grammatical feature from the text they are reading. And then what I did, I analyzed the students' answers. So here you see the results in percentages, all the features in the horizontal axis, and then the percentages. These are the percentages of the difficulties. So the ones on the right are the easy features. The ones on the left are the difficult features. So the easy features are the French word order, archaic words, the passive structures, adverbs in unusual word order, emphatic auxiliary, and so on. The difficult features like legal verbs, prefixing and suffixing of prepositions, long complex sentences, coordination of adverbs, prepositional phrases. So those were the difficult features. In general, the easy features are the lexical features, and the difficult ones are the grammatical or syntactic features. So I found out that still the students, they had some difficulties identifying lexical and grammatical features in legal text, which means that they have not fully learned, or because legal texts are difficult. So they are still having problems comprehending and distinguishing the different features of legal text. And also because the features in different legal texts are different. They are not the same. Okay, so my recommendations, I recommend that when we teach the features of legal documents, to proceed in graded steps, to start with the easy and short features, and then move on to longer and more difficult features, and to give the students more text and different types of text where they read silently and they highlight the lexical and the grammatical features, and also to compare and contrast the different types of legal text and see, for example, the features that are more common in one type and the ones that are more common in another type. Okay, with this, I come to the end of the presentation. I made it very brief because usually there are delays in presentations, and so
Yes.
instead of giving half a presentation, I made it very brief. So if you need more details, you just ask me and I will expand those.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's actually this topic itself is very interesting to me personally, because I used to teach English for specific purposes to students majoring in finance. So here we have several questions. Thank you very much. So it would be more interactive. Yeah, I think our audience might ask questions. So Ludmila Smirnova is asking this question: do the students have only to identify the peculiarities of the legal text?
Yes. Well, in the stylistics course, I used to teach them different types of text, because the students in the translation program, they translate text in 18 subject areas. So I used to teach them the features of scientific text, the language of the newspaper, business, letters, commercial text, and also legal text. But legal language in particular is very difficult for them, because they translate from English to Arabic, Arabic to English, and they are completely different. And even when they take the legal translation course, many students, they fail the course because they find legal translation difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So in the stylistics course, I did not only focus on legal documents. I taught them different types of text in which, because later in the program, they take translation courses in those like medical translation, scientific, commercial, educational, literary. So whatever courses they take, I taught them the features of those texts in the stylistics course, so that later, when they go to those courses, they find them easy and they feel they are familiar with the language.
Mm-hmm. Here is another clarifying question from Ludmila. Thank you very much, Ludmila, for asking these questions. Are they able to apply the knowledge when translating the legal documents?
To some extent, yes. Although I did not teach them the legal translation course, but usually they tell me later on that they benefited a lot because at least they get a general idea. And then when they take a medical translation text, a media translation course, or literary, or computer, or whatever, commercial, they have some idea. It's not like taking those courses without having any idea about them, about the text.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yes, of course, they find the course helpful.
Thank you very much for your answer. So if please feel free to ask questions, also like not maybe in chat. If you don't want to write, you can just ask your questions.
Yeah, may I, Laura?
Please,
Sure,
Tatjana.
I have a question. So it's not specifically about legal documents, but just I also teach ESP, and I wonder if you did this research by yourself, so how did you find all these differences? Or the works, there are some published works where we can find this information?
Of course, I wrote the material for the text. So for each type of text I taught, for example, suppose I want to teach the features of newspaper language. So what I did, I would go get resources and then summarize the features of legal language, or use resources and then compile information to find out, for example, and make a list of features of scientific text or literary text or commercial text, business language, like this. So I divided the course into modules, 1 or 2 weeks for each module. And in each module, I focused on one type of text. One module for legal language, another module for newspaper language, third module for scientific language, and so on. So I taught them maybe 6 or 7 modules, 1 or 2 weeks each. And in each one, first I would give them some theory and then application, because application is more important than theory.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But still, in general, they had difficulty because the students were still beginners. They were in semester 5, and they had been taken language courses for 2 years, 4 semesters. So still, they are having reading problems. They can read general type of text, but not specialized text, especially in English. In Arabic, it's not that difficult. Like newspaper language, in Arabic, it's like normal language. Nothing, different. So they don't have the same difficulties. But in English, because you have the word ban and you have commas and you have instead of and you have to instead of will, instead of the future. So they have difficulties with those because the features are unusual. And also, for example, they don't know Latin, they don't know French. So how can they find out or identify words that are French words? Me, I can, because I know French. And I used to teach Greek and Latin roots, so I know some Latin. But them, they don't have any background in Latin language, in French language. So when they read, they wouldn't know whether this word is French, this word order is French, Secretary General. If you know some French, you will know that this is French word order. It's not General Secretary or Marshal Court, because Marshal Court is the English word order, but Court Martial is not the English word order. So that's why they have some difficulty. Even in translation, they used to flunk, to fail in the translation course. But I did not teach it, so they did not fail with me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, well, maybe we'll go further. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. It's no secret that COVID-19 pandemic has changed many aspects of our life forever, including education. The challenges and prospects of the communicative language teaching approach through adopting synchronous online teaching and the development of CLT tasks in the time of COVID-19 and online learning are also obvious. Now, please welcome our colleagues from the English Language Department at Satpayev University, Roshan Nasirova and Ayjan Kalkaeva, who will be presenting their study, CLT approach in the context of synchronous online teaching, challenges and perspectives. Colleagues, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Ayjan Kalkaeva, and I'm a lecturer at Satpayev University. Today, me and my colleague Roshan Nasirova will be presenting our findings on the topic CLT approach in the context of synchronous online teaching. And this is the outline of our presentation. Can you hear me well? Can you see me well? Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
first, very good. First, Raushan will be presenting some perspectives of authors, different authors on this topical issue, including the background and concept of the CLT approach. And after that, I'll be talking about teacher skills necessary for the efficient CLT implementation in the context of synchronous online teaching. I'll be highlighting challenges and advantages that we believe the online platforms can bring to the implementation of the CLT approach. And our conclusions and the list of references will follow at the end of our presentation. So Raushan, I give the floor to you. Raushan. Raushan, can you hear me?
It seems so we do not have Roshan here.
Oh, really?
Well, I can see actually she's online. It says Roshan is here. Roshan Nasirova.
I'll text you.
Oh yeah, so she's here. Roshan, we cannot hear. There is no sound.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, now
we can.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I was having apparently some microphone issues, so let me continue. Yeah, thank you, Ayjan. As we know, in Kazakhstan, since the closure of educational institutions due to COVID-19, all the lessons have been conducted online, and English language lessons at our university were not an exception. So our university has been using several teaching platforms. However, today our topic is the CLT approach, the communicative language teaching approach in the context of synchronous online teaching. So first of all, we would like to introduce a definition. What is communicative language teaching? So this was taken from an international dictionary. This is an approach to language instruction that prioritizes target language interaction as both the overarching goal as well as the means for accomplishing that goal. So this approach focuses primarily on the development of students' communicative competence in a meaningful context. And the second definition which we would like to introduce is what is synchronous online communication? What do we mean by that? This is a dialogic communication that proceeds under conditions of simultaneous presence or co-presence in a shared communicative space, which may be physical or virtual. Virtual, of course, refers to online. Next slide, please. In terms of the CLT approach background, we have looked at several important authors who have contributed to this concept. And one of them is Chomsky, Noam Chomsky, as we all know, who in 1965 introduced his idea of competence versus performance. But actually, it was Himes who in 1966 introduced the idea of communicative competence. So according to Himes, communicative competence is an integral part of a student, which comprises actually competence and performance. So he does not differentiate between competence and performance like Chomsky did. And Canale and Swain were the researchers who actually went further and related this CLT approach to language teaching. So they proposed their 4 components model, which is comprised of grammatical competence, social linguistic competence, strategic competence, and discourse competence. And of course, this CLT approach was in demand in 1970s and 1980s due to the fact that there was a big wave of migration to Europe at that time. And also at that time, the Council of Europe actually started to introduce these new syllabi, which were based on the CLT approach. And finally, it was Noonan who in 1991 made a very, very clear distinction between syllabus and methodology. So he said that syllabus is mainly concerned with the content. However, methodology is mainly concerned with the tasks, activities, exercises that we use in our classroom. In terms of CLT and synchronous online language teaching and learning, ICTs in general have been studied since the beginning. So at first in 1960s, they were rooted in very, very simple, primitive behaviorist language learning theories. So it was mainly the audiolingual approach, where students had to do a lot of repetitive tasks. However, when the CLT approach was starting to become dominant in 1970s, so it had started to combine these social constructivist theories of language learning. And as we all know, these theories state that all language develops as a result of social interaction and language use. And finally, we have looked at some of the authors who studied student and student interaction and student and teacher interaction. So in terms of student-to-student interaction, Nation states that one of the key factors which facilitates successful language learning is actually student-to-student interaction. In the context of synchronous online teaching and learning. However, according to Konke and Moorhouse, this may be difficult to monitor because when we assign pair work or group work in breakout rooms, it takes, first of all, it takes time, and second of all, it requires the teachers actual physical appearance in every room. Yeah. Next slide. And finally, in terms of student and teacher interaction, so Huang and Liu have been studying this topic, and they state that sometimes actually physical distance may increase the psychological distance between student and teacher, as well as some students may feel that they are talking to a computer, but not the actual teacher. And finally, in terms of online versus face-to-face interaction, so Johnson et al. They say that face-to-face interaction is actually superior in a way that it creates more opportunities for non-verbal communication between students and between students and teacher. However, according to Hong, it may be more time consuming because we have to actually manually distribute the tasks and assign breakout rooms to students and check every room. So it is actually more time consuming. And finally, Hampel and Stickler, they have been studying the difference between online and face-to-face interaction. And they state that during this synchronous online teaching, actually, So there appear or emerge new communication patterns, and these patterns actually can be a different topic or a research topic for studying. So now I will give the floor to my colleague Ayjan. She will continue with key competencies of a foreign language teacher.
Thank you, Roshan. So in this slide, you can see 6 broad categories of teacher skills necessary for the smooth, efficient implementation of the CLT approach, both in the offline and online settings. We determined them in our recent collaborative publication this year that is called Competencies of a University EFL Teacher. So they are as the following: language accuracy, teaching methodology, sociocultural competence, and competencies in ICT, self-development and lifelong learning, and psychological competence. However, some authors prefer to categorize teacher skills in broader types. For example, Hempel, Stickler, and Emke, they divide them in pedagogical and technological skills. And here we would like to share the pyramid, skills pyramid, offered by Stickler and Hempel in 2015. And as you can see, the background layers, they correspond to the language teacher specific and basic ICT competence. And the above level, number 2, requires a language teacher to be able to facilitate communicative competence and online socialization in online classes. And the top competence, it's the talent of a language teacher, or his or her ability to create, adapt, and design appropriate materials for the online classes that will correspond to the learners' learning styles, their needs and demands. So based on this pyramid, we can conclude that for teaching online synchronously, a teacher should be not only good at CLT application, but also should be competent, at least at a sufficient level, in the use of ICTs and online platforms. And thus, we would like to distinguish 6 main challenges that teachers can face, that we face during synchronous online teaching. And in the blue ovals, you see the challenges that we derived from our literature review. Roshan has mentioned them in more detail, and I've mentioned the low ICT competence of some teachers. And in blue ovals, you see the 2 challenges, additional challenges that me and Roshan would like to add to this list, based on our own teaching experience. So these are full dependence on technical conditions, because to teach online synchronously, you need the supply of the internet, Wi-Fi, and electricity all the time. And the second factor that we would like to add is the unavailability of a suitable working space, because me and Roshan have been teaching online for 2 years, and we've been teaching online from our homes. And sometimes it's challenging to arrange suitable working conditions in your own room. And this applies to the students' side as well. And they face these kind of challenges in their learning process. And apart from the challenges, we'd like to share our perspective on the advantages that the online platforms bring and enhance, how they can enhance the implementation of CLT. First advantage, we believe, is the availability of a great variety of technological tools like applications, games, online interactive whiteboard, and so on, etc. Because these visual aids and interesting games, they can boost the learner's motivation and their interest in the subject. And the second advantage, we believe, is the quick assessment, because all of us can create online tests, quizzes, and they not only save the teacher's time, language teacher's time, but also they motivate students as they see the results of their learning immediately, and it becomes more engaging and motivating for them. Thus, our conclusions are as the following. We believe that the concept of synchronous online teaching it aligns with the theoretical basis of the CLT approach, and but it can't fully substitute the face-to-face traditional teaching. However, during quarantine lockdown, CLT can be applied well in synchronous online classes if teachers are skillful enough to arrange the pair or group work using the breakout rooms. And sometimes it's challenging, maybe not in Zoom, but in Microsoft Teams, using and arranging pair work via breakout rooms is really challenging for some teachers. And we believe that IT specialists will produce just more comfortable and natural breakout rooms in the nearest future. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention. And here is the list of references.
Thank you very much, Ajan, Roshan. Now, the time for questions. If our audience, if colleagues, you have questions, please welcome. I'm sure you have questions because all of you are practicing teachers. Yeah, I haven't been teaching for almost 3 years, so now I'm not kind of dealing with this challenge. What about the others? Do you have any questions? Yeah, the other approach, yeah, like if it is about communication, of course, it's not easy. Okay, Ludmila, thank you very much for your question. How do you deal with the habit of students to rely heavily on resources when communicating?
Excuse me, may I make a clarification? What kind of resources do you mean?
I mean any type of resources. I mean textbooks, telephones, I mean notes they made before previously, whatever.
Cheating, yes.
Okay, let us call it cheating.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a common problem for all of us, and sometimes they can do it without our noticing even. But of course, when we see the product of their work, yes, they are writing the essay, the paragraph, of course, we know each of our students very well, and we see what language they have used according to our program or not, that we have taught them or not. So it's evident when we monitor and we see, check their work, that they have cheated. And of course, we deal, it leads to the decrease of their mark. Roshan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would like to add that sometimes tasks can be arranged in a way that they are spontaneous. So we don't tell beforehand the structure of the task or what they actually have to do. Sometimes it's not actually always the case, but sometimes we try to introduce tasks which are spontaneous. And in this case, I think we can elicit some natural communication patterns from our students.
We have very interesting questions here. I'll just read from Solia Abdugaparova. How do you deal with students who are not very much engaged during online interaction? Thank you very much for this interesting question.
Yes, Aulika Bashina, thank you very much. And I'd like to use this opportunity to greet Saulia Abdugaparova, because we haven't seen our professor for a long time. So it was a great pleasure to see and listen to your talk today for both of us. And this question is very interesting. And we, personally me, I force all my students to turn on their web cameras, and otherwise, of course, they can get lower marks. And indeed, everyone is engaged because they need to show their face, what they're doing, their space. And of course, we try to design our tasks in a motivating style. So we apply the CLT approach. When we present vocabulary or grammar, we don't just give the lecture, we try to elicit from the audience, from our students, by asking them some questions so that they can think, and we look at them, see their faces, and listen to their answers, so everyone is engaged. Roshan, what about you?
Yeah, I totally agree with Ajan. And also from my part, I would like to say that it's a good idea to arrange some lessons in a way that they have to compete with each other. So I think it's a very good motivation to engage students. We can arrange games or group work, pair work, but the idea is when I have actually witnessed it myself during my online teaching experience, that when we arrange a task in a way that they have to compete with each other, whether it is in pairs or in groups, they are actually more engaged. So it could be one of the ways to engage our students.
Thank you very much, Roshan. Next question is, students use Google Translator instead of constructing sentences or utterances themselves, even capable students. There's no transparency in online learning systems. What about technical problems? Well, several questions. Pronunciation is distorted due to technical issues online. Thank you, Saulia, for your question. Ishan Gazina.
So is it two questions or one question? The first question is about using Google Translator, and the second is about pronunciation, yes?
Yeah, transparency in online learning systems.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a big issue for all of us because we aren't using like some applications checking. Yes, some teachers, most teachers, they use plagiarism, yes, programs to check the writing, but my level is elementary. I've been teaching elementary English for 2 years, and I can guess and find out whether it's a student's own writing or not, just by reading the text, because it's evident from the elementary, some 5 or 10 sentences. I don't need to use the programs for checking plagiarism. And Raushan is the head of the link of General English, yes? So Raushan, what about your link?
Yeah, in terms of plagiarism, to check written works, we actually use some plagiarism checking programs. So it is practiced within the general one English level. And in terms of the question of technical issues, I think technical issues, we cannot avoid them. So of course, it's a big problem, yeah, when poor internet connection distorts the pronunciation and video, but I think there is so much that we can do from our part to provide the best possible lessons, yeah, for our students.
Thank you very much. Time is up for the questions and answer session. Well, just from my own experience, actually flipped classroom, I think, approach would be great for communicative learning. I think when students, they read and prepare already for the class, and then they come and they are ready, they can just communicate, and you could do some a lot of activities. Next, the next speaker is my colleague I used to work with for more than 10 years at Kazakh University, and I know her as a person who is multifaceted in terms of teaching various English courses. Developing an effective digital learning environment is extremely important, especially in COVID-19 pandemic and online learning. And adaptation of courses actually for the online learning environment is one of the biggest challenges, according to many researchers as well. Yeah. So please welcome our next speaker, Tatiana Brikalova, with the topic designing a course in a digitalized environment, experience and challenges. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, so I think that some of the things were mentioned already by my colleagues, which I plan to share today, but I try to do my best and to tell you something new, I hope, or at least probably answer some of the challenges which were mentioned previously. So I'm afraid I need a little bit more than 15 minutes. So don't interrupt me, please. So when I was practicing, there were 18 minutes. So I tried to make it shorter, but I don't know how it goes on. Okay. So my main aim of today's presentation is to share their experience. And as a practical person, I start from some kind of practical issues. So I'm going to tell you about the transformation that I was made to the course because of this online teaching. And then I want to talk about some challenges. And as I said, most of them were mentioned already. But I also made some kind of a research, small-scale research. So I'm going to share what students think about this situation. And then at the end, I hope I would give you some kind of theory. And I want to talk about the factors that influence the course design and lesson planning in general. So first of all, I want to show you this table, the comparative table of the course, which is called academic writing, how it was when I was taught it offline and how it was taught online. So probably academic writing is not really the proper title for this course, as it should be called dissertation writing, as this course is very specific. It was designed specifically for the second year master students of one particular specialty, integrated water resource management, as they have to write a dissertation at the end of their master taught program. So as you can see in the first column, how it was, and in the right-hand column, so the changes that were introduced because of the online teaching. So the main change was that we divided our normal lesson, so 100 minutes, into two parts. This is not specifically for this course, so it was made for all lessons at our university. So we divided into two parts. Approximately, it is 40 minutes synchronous online meeting, and we use Skype, so we don't have any opportunity to organize breakout rooms. And then we have some time for so-called offline tasks, but in other times, students can ask their questions, so we can make some kind of consultation, help them, and something like this. Also, what I did actually with my classroom activity. Previously, I had to explain everything by myself, so I provided some kind of a theoretical basis, and we didn't have a lot of time for language issues, for grammar issues, and etc. Due to this online teaching, we made some kind of pre-recorded video, and I tried to record all the theoretical basis into short videos. And there was a recommendation to make this video no longer than 10 minutes, which was really challenging for me, because you can imagine if I taught some material for the whole lesson and now I had to put it into 10 minutes, this is really challenge. And after that, I added some kind of questions or activities, mainly using two instruments in Moodle. So it is lesson and P5H extension to Moodle, or actually interactive video. So we can spend 40 minutes focusing on language during their online session. And I think it was really better improvement to the course. No changes were made to self-dependent work, so they still have to practice writing a lot. But as you can see, I have a number of tools which I haven't used previously. So except Moodle and Skype, we use a lot of different Google tables and docs, like collaborative work. So we use also interactive video. And the last one, so it was happened accidentally because I didn't plan it before, but it happened as a good instrument. and it helps students a lot. So we recorded the session. I made some kind of changes there, and after that I uploaded to Moodle. So students now have an opportunity to rewatch the video, especially if they miss the lesson. So it was a really great addition to the course. So that what happened. And now let's talk about the challenges which I experienced while planning and making all these changes. So the first thing, it's the first challenge, it's about the teaching resources. So as you noticed previously, we used mainly books and handouts, but now there is a question, should we continue using this paper material and textbooks? And if we continue use them, how we are going to share this material with students? Because there is a case of copyright and some other law issues. So if we use ebooks, then there is a question, should we buy it only for us, I mean for teachers to use it while online teaching, or we should give the access to all students? So it's a really big issue. I didn't use ebooks for this particular course, but we use it for general English, and this is really good material because we have embedded video and embedded audio, and even answers can be checked. So this is really great, and students asked us to give the books to them, but we actually didn't do that because it's rather expensive. So again, the question of choice and adaptation of the material. And of course, I should mention some other sources. And the question is how to choose and how to adapt for our lessons. So nowadays we had a great variety of different applications, websites, and information, and you can really get crazy in order to choose what you really need or probably your students need, because you think this picture is interesting, but your students are not going to have any reaction. They think this is not interesting, I don't have an opinion, or something like this. So it's a really big issue how to choose material. I don't have answer to that question, yeah, so but that challenges which I experienced, and I think you too. So the next problem, again, it was not specifically because of online teaching, but we had it and we still have it, but I think it's even more complicated because of online teaching. It's when you have multi-level groups. And the second problem is related to learners' participation. So when you have your students, the mixture of students from A2 level to C1, students with lower level, they're afraid to ask questions, even if they want to ask them. And they're usually shy, they keep silence, and you can see that black screen, and sometimes it seems you are the only one, and so you cannot see anyone. In the class, you can hear what they say, or you can see their face, but now you have nothing, and you need to ask them, please tell me, are you there? So what do you think, and etc. So it's really a crazy situation. It's really difficult. So more difficult online than offline. So another problem which was mentioned today several times is cheating, sorry. So, and previously we had to check only assess mainly for plagiarism, but nowadays what students, even lower level students do, they use Google Translator. I agree with that completely. They translate rather good speeches into English, and then they read it from the slides. And it is noticeable, and actually I don't know how to react this. I always say that, guys, it's not your text, but they say, I use Google Translator, so what can I do? So this is really a big issue, how to deal with that, and it's even more complicated when we teach online. And the last problem, which also was mentioned today, is about technical problems. But here, the technical problems is not about the teachers, it's also about their students, because previously, when we had the problems, we can invite a specialist who can help us to deal with the problem. But now when we are sitting at home and teaching home, we need to find out everything by yourself. So, and if I have the problem, I probably can ask my husband to help me. But when my students have problems, I don't know what to do actually. In this case, I need to think about some kind of alternative on the planning stage. So that's my challenges. And as I said, you probably all have the same. And it's if you know these challenges beforehand, if you think about all these things on the stage of planning a course, so before you have your syllabus, then probably it's a good idea to have an alternative plan, and that will help you a lot, I hope. So as I said, I decided to make some kind of research after the end of the course. I think this is a normal procedure when we ask students' opinion about what they think about the course. And I had only 5 questions. Some of them were standard. So I asked them about their expectations, if they liked the course, what they like, what they didn't like. But my main question was the third one, because I thought academic writing is such a subject when you don't need regular meeting, when you don't need speaking a lot. So probably it's a good idea to transfer this course completely to distance learning course. So I asked the students what they think about the format. So that was the main question. And there were 3 options. The first one was about the distance learning. So just a couple of meetings with teacher, regular feedback, but no regular lessons. The second option was to have the combination of distance learning format and regular meeting like we had this year, because we have combination of online and offline format. And the last way was just to have regular sessions with a teacher, offline meeting, face-to-face meeting, so as we used to have. So the results were a little bit unexpected for me because my students had a quite different opinion about my idea. I understand that this research was really small because I have only 13 students in that group, but that's how it is. So the results. Only 15% of my students found the idea of moving this course to distance learning as the best one. So that was really disastrous, yeah, because I wanted to do that. So most of this, just around the 40% of students think that it's okay if we have the combination of this format as we had now, so combination of online session and regular meeting. And majority of students, probably not the vast majority, but anyway, the majority of students want to have regular lessons with the teacher. So I don't know why I have these results, probably because students are tired of all this online teaching, or probably because I have the group who are mainly from traditional societies, because I have students not only from Kazakhstan, but from Turkmenistan and Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and these societies are more closed. So probably this is the reason. But anyway, that are my results. So students are not ready to be responsible for their own studies, so they're not ready and they need teachers' control. So I also started to think what are the reasons for that, and I want to find some kind of explanation, probably the theory. And I came across with this matrix. I don't know if you saw it before, but I found this really helpful in planning a course. So you cannot see the first some of the pages. So just probably, okay. So I hope you can see that. Okay. So it was developed by Daniel Stanford, and I have the link to the original article at the end of this presentation. And he says that there are only 2 factors that influence our way of designing a course and teaching planning. When we talk about online process, I mean online process. So it is bandwidth and immediacy. So bandwidth means good equipment. So when we can talk about low bandwidth, and here it should be high bandwidth. So bandwidth means the equipment and internet connection. So students with good internet connection and powerful computer can participate in video conferencing and in audio conferences, or can watch the videos and do some kind of activities with video or audio. They need really good equipment and high internet connection. So if they do not have it, they're going to be not engaged or fully engaged in the lesson, and then they're going to have a lot of problems. So you see, this quadrant is red, and it's not accident. So this is not the best way to organize lessons. Immediacy means how quickly our students react to what we are doing. So as I said, in the class, we can see their faces, and even if they're silent, we still can see some reaction, and we can react in this way. So even in today's conversation, there were some questions, but the speaker needs to wait for the answer because people need to type or to switch on their mic. So we require, and we still want this immediate reaction, but in online teaching, it doesn't work properly because of different reasons. So if you base all your syllabus or your course only on video conference, if it is the main tool which you're going to use, so you're going to have a lot of problems. Even if you don't have the problems with equipment, your students could have the problems with equipment, and we need to think about this on the stage of planning a course again. So his recommendation is to use mainly the things which are presented here in a green quadrant. So it's probably a little bit boring and primitive because he suggests to use text, interaction with the text, and not simultaneous, but a little bit later. So probably using discussion, postponed discussion like WhatsApp we can use there, or even email. Again, it sounds primitive and probably very old-fashioned, but that's how it works. This is our reality. Our students, not all our students, have good equipment, and so that is why we cannot force them to use it, and it's not their fault. So that I found this matrix really helpful. So I'm not going to explain every single detail because I think I'm over time already. So if you continue this discussion, that would be great. So we can continue to talk about this. But I never thought about equipment. So if you have or do not have an equipment, there are necessary thing to think about before planning. So, and I hope that I persuade you and you can think about all these things. And if you use all these recommendations, I hope that you are not going to have the same problems as you probably had during this year while online teaching. Okay, so this is my reference. It's not an article, it's just the blog. But anyway, I found this information really useful. And so I can think it develops critical thinking a lot. So thank you for your attention. I would be very happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Well, I wouldn't say that it's a question from Saulia Shengatina. The questions about book supplies should relate to your university library. There are loads of free resource online. You have mentioned about one of the challenges that you have faced about the book and ebooks.
Yeah, I agree that there are a lot of, but the question is how to choose them. So it's also challenging because you get crazy because of loads of information. Yeah, and of course, if you have, so I mean, when you have the syllabus, and especially if it's done already, so you need to fit the syllabus to the topics, or you need to change it. So that is why we need to think about this before and not while teaching the process.
Mm-hmm. Please, your questions to Tatiana. There is a Ludmila. Thank you very much, Ludmila. Why do you think that in the academic writing course there is very little speaking?
Well, actually, because the main focus is on writing. So I use it. So I try to make a lot of speaking there as well. But if we think about their focus, we need to focus more on writing. So we use mainly their time of lesson for speaking, and they go home and then they do practice writing there mainly. Yeah, but actually as they need to write the dissertation in English, and they don't need to practice speaking there in this particular course. So I thought we can change it. But actually students don't think like that.
Mm-hmm. Any questions to Tatiana, please? There is a, so while people are thinking about their questions, here is the conversation going between our previous speakers and Saulia Kabashevna. There was an interesting question like, do you award students for their active competing involvement engagement? If yes, then how? So Ayjan answered this question, yes, so you can read these answers in the chat. Mm-hmm. So
since I miss that, yeah.
What do you recommend ultimately? So what would be your recommendations?
How to engage students, or what? Or about what?
Sorry, I think I have about speaking. I think, yeah. No, it's not about that. What are the best ways to combine advantages of each mode in the future? From Saulia Abdulkaparova, what are the best ways to combine advantages of each mode in the future? And what do you recommend? Saulia, could you please clarify your question about the recommendation?
So you mean about the usage of matrix? Oh yeah, I probably didn't say that I planned. So I think that his recommendation is to focus on green one, yeah, to use low immediacy and low bandwidth. But personally, I think that it should be balance, or at least we can think about several options. Yeah, so because, for example, if I have students who want to participate, and I had this experience at least with 2 students from Kaskelen this year. So they wanted to participate and they were very upset, but they couldn't because they just didn't have electricity, and they cannot punish them for that. So that is why I think we need balance, and that is why we need to think about all these issues before, even about the cut of electricity.
Mm-hmm. And one more question is from Saulia Abdulkaparova. What are the best ways to combine advantages of each mode in the future?
Shaksha, I don't get the idea. So you mean like offline, online, blended, and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, like in your presentation, you mentioned the advantages of each, and they are very impressive, of course. But now, based on what I know we have to get prepared to, we have to combine the positive experience we have from both modes. Do you have any tips or advice how it can be done?
Okay.
Regarding academic writing, I mean.
All right. I think I would keep this mode really, because pre-recorded videos is a really good tool, and students told me that it was really great and they developed their listening skills, which I definitely didn't plan, but they said that they just listened to me several times, and this is a really good way to work with this material. They can listen and watch my explanation for several times, and only after that they can move to tasks, which gives them chance to develop listening and their understanding and improve their results. So I think I will continue usage of these videos, and this is really good. I also really like interactive video as an extension to Moodle, so I'm definitely going to use it more. As I said, the recording of a lesson also could be a really good material. So it depends what you're going to do with that, of course, but it could be good material. So I'm going to use that at all. And I really it's probably not from my experience, but from today's conference, I want to introduce more critical thinking. I think it's really necessary for our students.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, Tatiana. Of course, I do agree. If you have pre-recorded materials, how much time do you think you can use for face-to-face class if you have such kind of an opportunity to free your students from theoretical or whatever background?
Well, I think so I cannot really comment on that because it's
no, I mean, well, you yes.
Yeah, okay. So I think that we can make the lessons a little bit shorter because they need more time for home tasks. So I think probably 1 hour instead of 100 minutes would be okay.
Oh, that's a good tip for teachers. Really, I mean, to reduce the amount of time they have to teach. Because anyway, workload is very high nowadays.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you for your questions.
Tatiana, I have a question about feedback, because in academic writing, especially if it was online or distance learning, what kind of types of feedback did you give? Did you use any kind of, I don't know, video platforms giving the feedback? Have you used that? And
no, I didn't use the video feedback, so it was mainly commenting. So I think it was in written form, and if I found it was personal feedback. But if I found the similar mistakes, I just made comments during online session. So I think I'm rather traditional in this way.
Okay. Thank you very much. So if we don't have any other questions, well, the next speaker is me. So again, my name is Laura, and I'm going to share just a sec, share my screen. It's kind of probably continuation of the Richard Harrison's presentation, which was on critical learning. So thank you very much for joining today. And I'm actually very excited to share this is my research proposal. I'm a PhD student, and my topic is on creativity. And actually, the topic of creativity has been of much interest to me for many years, especially when I was teaching myself at university. I used to teach at Kazakh German University for almost 15 years, for about 15 years. And I thought a lot about the role of teachers. And our today's session's name is Contemporary Roles of Teachers and Students. So I was thinking about, like, years back, about of course, the attributes of a teacher, about what do we need to do, what is our role. So it is clear that in the 21st century classroom, needs are very different from the 20th century ones. And of course, in 21st century classrooms, we need to develop different kinds of skills, including critical thinking, creative thinking, collaboration, etc. So I believe that the role of a teacher in modern education system is not only impart knowledge to students, as all of us understand that, but also to create an environment where these kind of skills, including creativity, we need to develop that. So my research topic is, well, actually, I was very excited to have been admitted to a PhD program, because that gave me an opportunity to work more on the topic of creativity and study this topic. So my topic is creativity in secondary school, exploring the relationship between Kazakhstani teachers' beliefs and practices. I'm going to talk about first a little bit, just brief information about introduction, literature review, and methodology part, but I would like to focus more on preliminary findings. Well, just Kazakhstani context, as you know, Kazakhstan's vision for education by 2050 is to have strong and competitive human capital of knowledge and skills that are very important in this world of unpredictable changes, such as COVID or online learning, 100% switching to this mode. And also, the former president of Kazakhstan, Nazarbayev, in 2018, in his address to the nation of Kazakhstan, also emphasized the importance of improving education by connecting with 4Cs model, which stands for collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. So as you know, my topic is in secondary education. It's not university one, but I think it is applicable to the higher education system as well. Well, as you know, one of the pivotal changes in Kazakhstani secondary education is the renewed curriculum, or some people call it updated curriculum. The main objective of the renewed curriculum is to prepare students to be independent learners, critical and creative thinkers, and problem solvers. And one aspect of Kazakhstani renewed curriculum is that it recommends teachers to shift from the teacher-centered to the learner-centered, from knowledge-based to skills-based curriculum. So, and well, what is creativity? In my study, I used this one of the widely used definition of creativity, which is the ability to produce work that is both novel, which is original, unexpected, and appropriate, useful, adaptive concerning task constraints. So my first research problem is related to those significant educational changes. And current educational reforms that are taking place in Kazakhstan seem to be causing disruption between teachers' beliefs and practices. And the Kazakhstan education system has transformed in recent decades dramatically. Those changes are seen to challenge teachers' beliefs and pressurize practitioners, and they appear to be affecting teachers' beliefs and practices, urging a need to explore the relationship between beliefs and practices in this specific educational context. The next research problem is the lack of understanding of creativity in the classroom and deterioration of creativity development in K-12 schools. Studies of creativity have demonstrated that teachers frequently do not clearly understand what creativity is, and that there is a creativity gap between the social expectations concerning the promotion of students' creativity and the reality of classroom practice. As a result, creativity development in schools has been deteriorating. And my research purpose is to explore teachers' beliefs about creativity and developing a creative environment, to examine how teachers' beliefs and practices are shaped by contexts, and to understand the relationship between beliefs, practices, and contexts. The overarching research question is, what is the relationship between these constructs and practices depending upon contexts? Well, these are the 5 sub-questions that are helping me to answer this overarching research question. Today, I'm gonna focus only on the first one. First sub-question is, what are Kazakhstani secondary school teachers' beliefs about the nature of creativity, about creative students, and development of creative environment? This is the very brief outline of literature review. Of course, I have studied different literature on creativity research conducted in Kazakhstan and former Soviet region. I have, of course, studied a lot of literature, international literature on creativity, teachers' beliefs, about empirical findings on teachers' beliefs about creativity, and of course, studied conceptual framework. And probably I will just skip this. If you have any questions, of course, we can come back later. These are just some of the literature that I have read on my topic, and some brief information. But I would like to talk about the conceptual framework that I'm using to answer my overarching research question. This is actually a combination of 2 frameworks, one conceptual framework, another one is a theoretical framework. Conceptual framework is on teachers' beliefs about creativity and creative environment. And on the right side, it is the theoretical framework on teachers' complex belief system. They used the complexity theory. Well, about methodology, it is a qualitative, interpretive heuristic, and multiple case study. My data was collected with the help of pre-observation interviews, then class observations. I also made some document analysis to prepare the questions for post-observation interviews. So my case is a secondary school. It is as a case study, but 4 schools I have selected for my studies. It's to make it more rigorous, more reliable. So I have selected a private secondary school, Nazarbayev Intellectual School, and 2 public mainstream schools of Kazakh and language as a medium of instruction. And I have used some criterion sampling strategy to select these schools. And at the end, 19 teachers from science and humanities from 4 schools. I have 19 teachers who took part in the pre-observation interviews, class observations, and post-observation interviews. 15 teachers took part. So these are the data collection tools that I have used. Now I am at the stage of analyzing the data. It is very raw. I'm using NVivo, which is a qualitative data analysis software, to make open and analytical coding. And I have been coding and trying to find some categories and some findings, partial pattern matching, and I will make within case and cross case analysis later. So as I have said, I'm going to focus only on the first question. And this is just to remind my part of my conceptual framework. And what about the preliminary findings of this study is actually there are a lot of interesting findings that teachers, when I asked the word, how would they define, how they understand creativity, they have given me different ideas, and I tried to categorize them. And based on the codes that I have made from the pre-observation interviews. And so there were a lot of things, like if you see here, there are a lot of personality traits. For example, the students have mentioned, but only 1 or 2 teachers have mentioned, so that's why I removed it. So this is the kind of, again, draft. So creativity is understood mainly like one of the main features of creativity is unusualness. I use this word, and or originality. Yeah, something new and original, something interesting. Also, another category is ability to think outside of the box. Generate something. Yeah, I would like to give to get to the next slide, which shows the like how many teachers have mentioned and how many times they have mentioned these features when defining creativity. As you see here, out of 16 teachers out of 19, they define creativity as the ability to think outside of the box, and 40 times it has been mentioned. Unusualness, originality, 14 teachers have mentioned. Thinking skills, especially creativity, was mentioned as the when they discussed how they defined creativity, they defined it as critical thinking. And of course, they used, when I used the Russian word kreativность, they already defined it as творчество or шхармашлык in Kazakh. And so that was one of the main associations. This one is the frequency of mentions of creativity features from all 4 schools. More than 5 times have been mentioned. So as you see, the biggest one is the unusualness, originality, and 42 times, and thinking skills, including creativity, critical thinking has been mentioned 40 times. As for the number of teachers, 16 people mentioned, for example, thinking outside of the box. Next one is, I asked them, how would they characterize creative students? So within the framework of my study, it is only creative student. So, and I have tried to categorize them into under skills, personality, miscellaneous, but I would like to focus more on this. So main characteristics that have been mentioned by the participants were that for them, creative students are knowledgeable. So these are according to the frequency of mentions. Problem solvers, they are talented, curious, they are open to new things, they have ability to think outside of the box, they generate new ideas, they are not afraid of making mistakes, critical thinker, and articulate and eloquent. As for the school by school, for example, from Russian mainstream school, it's just in one of the regions of Kazakhstan. By the way, schools are located in different parts of Kazakhstan, and Russian mainstream school teachers, 4 of them, they have mentioned about talented, able to think outside of the box, curious, imaginative. Kazakh mainstream school teachers said also 4 people, problem solvers, they are talented, they are open to new things, they are quick decision makers. And from Nazarbayev Intellectual School, they are problem solvers, they generate new ideas, knowledgeable, critical thinkers, and able to think outside of the box. Private school, for them, the main characteristics were independent learner, able to think outside of the box, critical thinker, problem solvers, knowledgeable, and so as you see, they are very, very similar actually. As for the creative environment, well, there were different types of questions. So I have tried to analyze and put them under these sub-constructs: teacher's attitude, creative pedagogy, physical environment, barriers and enablers to fostering students' creativity, needs of students, that all of them have been categorized based on what I derived from the pre-observation interviews. So as the time is, we don't have much time. So today I thought maybe it would be more interesting to speak about creative pedagogy, as it doesn't matter whether it is secondary education or higher education, it is about the teacher. It is about how we teach. So if you see here, there are 2 sub-constructs: creative teaching and teaching for creativity. Teaching creativity here, creative teaching or teaching creatively, it's about teacher. Teaching for creativity, it's about the student. The focus is a student. So today I would like to speak more about teaching for creativity. Teachers have shared what kind of strategies, teaching methods, techniques, activities they use in their classrooms to develop students or pupils, students' creativity. So, and then I have tried to categorize them under different approach myself. So these were the frequently mentioned ones. First is active learning, project-based learning, of course, cooperative learning, which is pair work or group work, visual teaching, divergent thinking, integrated learning, critical thinking, inquiry-based learning, meaningful learning. Meaningful learning is about using the time is up, using the knowledge into practice and imaginative education. So these are some of the, actually the examples that teachers have given me that they believe develop students' creativity. And I have put them under all these categories, different approaches. And I have chosen active learning, divergent thinking, visual education, and critical thinking. Well, if you, of course, if you are interested, you can read all these activities that that teachers have shared, have said that they use them to develop students' creativity. These are some of the barriers they have uttered, they have said about barriers to developing or fostering students' creativity. I have categorized them under this level. For example, a context level: lack of time, preparation for standardized tests, lack of facilities, ICT, furniture, etc., large class; or teacher level: lack of training, heavy workload, or demotivation of teachers. Yeah, they're not motivated of doing all this. Or student level is individual differences between students, demotivation of students, lack of content knowledge, etc. So overall, I'm looking forward to understanding more about creativity, teachers' beliefs about creativity in the context of the national educational reform. I would like to explore the interaction of all components of teachers' beliefs about creativity as a system. I'm looking forward to using a holistic conceptual framework of teachers' complex belief system about creativity, and study this topic from contextualized and dynamic perspective using the complexity theory. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Laura. So I'm just interested in a very practical application of all these, but not the teaching, but evaluation kind of thing, because it's usually a great issue, how to evaluate the creative work. So if you came across with any of these, can you say a few words?
Yeah, thank you very much for a really interesting question. It was not part of my study in this study. because they haven't mentioned about the assessment, but still I myself, of course, I am interested in that. And I'm so sorry. The thing is, one of the very recent recommendations of assessing creativity, it is not easy. It is not easy, but in 1960s, there was a framework prepared for assessing creativity based on 4 constructs, which is fluency, flexibility, and they are now used. So there is a test, and this organization is actually for assessing. Yeah, so this is a well-prepared test that is checked only in American organization. I'm sorry. And now this, just a sec, I'll get some water.
Okay.
This test is actually now, the elements of this test is being used in PISA. As if you know, PISA, one of the aspects of this test now is creativity part. And they check, for example, yeah, these tests are not like ABCD or multiple choice. Experts check this test. For example, they give, let's say, an object, and they ask the students, for example, what are the multiple uses? Yeah, what are the different uses of this? So creativity, for example, it's also divergent thinking, finding different solutions to a problem. So they write, yeah. Of course, like they try to find students, they show by giving different types of solutions to a problem. It's not, creativity is not about thinking about convergency, yeah, convergently, like only one correct answer. So they check how many times or how many original ways of solving this problem the student have found, etc. This is one type of test. Yeah, and Torrance test it's called, and well, 50 years have already been used, and there is one scholar whose name is Kim. She has been actually making longitudinal study on that, and she has actually shown that the test is the results of the test are going down since America has also adopted, yeah, not all of them, most of the American schools, they have also adopted standardized tests. So she has been studying that for 50 years. So she sees this difference. That's why she says that the creativity skills are being deteriorated based on this Torrance test. As for the another one is like in our context, in educational context, how are we going to check, assess? The very good way of doing that is, for example, if your topic is about, let's say, ecological problems, and there was a project work that your students made, yeah, on the they worked on the project, and your task is to find 3 or 4 experts, maybe one expert from that ecological part. The other ones, maybe your professors, your teachers, yeah, your collaboration. So all of you work as a team, and you try to assess from different perspectives. So it is one of the great ways when you hear the expert, not necessarily in that field, that what you are studying, yeah, but expert can be someone who is maybe, yeah, student, for example. When we say about new things, about novelty, there is nothing new actually. Everything is just being improved. It is new to whom? That's the very important question. To whom? Like, for example, your audience, to your students, at that time, it is new. And what they did, maybe it is something that has already been discovered, that has been, you know, it's very, very, you know, not novel at all. But for you, for the experienced person, it can be, you know, you can be an expert, for example, in this or that topic, and you can help to assess students. Another one, which is actually one of my participants shared from private school, she said, I don't like assessing creative tasks. I really don't like it. I just encourage them by giving presents, by encouraging them. And she said, one of the great ways, this is what she used in her class, I think 11th grade, they put their creative works on Instagram, and they collected likes. Of course, it doesn't mean that, yeah, you have, for example, maybe a lot of Kazakh relatives, yeah, who can like it, yeah, but still, she said she does not give, like, you know, mark 5, 4, 3. She said that this is not right. So there are.
But
sorry,
yeah, this is really a very difficult question. I understand this. So that's what usually I do. I usually put 100 marks for any creative work. So because it's really hard to evaluate. So,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So there are some other questions in the chat, Laura.
Yeah, Ludmila says, there is so much information. Yes, of course. This has been my work for almost 3 years, and not the preliminary findings. Yeah, I mean the other part. Some scholars do not differentiate between critical and creative thinkers. If you do, what is the major difference? It's a very, very good question. At this time, my concern is about, or my study is about teachers' beliefs. What teachers believe about creativity. As for me, as a you know, I come to a conclusion, and maybe in the middle, yeah, of my journey, I think that where I'm more, let's say, convinced that creative skill, it's such a multifaceted, something that cannot be, you know, holistically, like we need to look at it holistically. So I think it is a set of different, you know, thinking skills. And not only thinking skills, but also different kinds of, you know, performing, yeah, different things. So it should be looked at from different perspectives and as a multifaceted thing. But the thing is, again, it is about novelty, originality, yeah, and it's I believe that there are 4 types of creativity, which is big C, which is a great, like, you know, Picasso or and small C. I think we need to start from small C, everyday creativity, finding new ways of solving the problem, etc. Yeah, so I would say that I saw, yeah, Professor Harrison put it, critical thinking and creativity is as one part. I think that we can look at it from the, I'm not saying that this is, I don't agree or whatever, but I think that creativity is also very big, and critical thinking is kind of part of it, or either vice versa. So I need to go, it's a food for thought. I need to think about it, because at that point now, I am just finding out what secondary school teachers believe, yeah? So one of the findings was that they mentioned critical thinking. Now I need to work on it. Thank you very much for your question. I have a, which is not directly to your topic. You are free to disregard, does the level of teacher EL competence differ from school to school? Yes, of course. Sorry, Abdikaparova, it does tremendously. And private schools, NIS, for example, it is for gifted students. So when they select students already, it's students who have at least adequate level of English. Mainstream schools, yes, their English level was very low. That's it. Okay, thank you very much. So I
no,
think
excuse me, I'm sorry. I was asking about teacher.
Oh, I
English
see.
Language competence.
Teachers. Well, to my surprise, or maybe good surprise, in a good way, I think that situation, yeah, like I myself started teaching in 2000, and compared to that, I would say that teachers have become, like, you know, their English level has become much better, and that is due to all this internet and, you know, connection, I would say. But in general, I was really impressed by their level. Actually, have the schools, I wouldn't say that in mainstream schools were bad. Yeah, so yeah, they were the same, almost the same level. Yeah, I was really impressed. Thank you very much.
Well, just a small comment. I'm glad that you have such an impression. Then I have another question. Why then, if the teacher competence is high enough, why then the let's say, applicants and first-year students level is so low compared to 20 years back?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. I haven't thought about it myself, but now I'm answering your question and thinking one thing is Kazakhstan is part of global education system, I think. We are part of the global education now. Students have a lot of opportunities. Some of them apply for Bolashak. Yeah, Kazakhstan especially, I think, is giving a great opportunity. And we have universities now with English language of instruction. So I would say that maybe it's because that, you know, they are scattered all over the world, students, but also it's also, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly, but I think it's about the motivation of students themselves in general, how motivated they are internally. And sometimes it's not enough to motivate them externally as a teacher. Sometimes it's not enough. So one of the challenges that teachers mentioned about developing students' creativity, not about English, they said about their motivation about learning languages. There, for example, like low level of languages, yeah. And my so my answer would be that. And well, I'm not sure exactly, yeah, but I think that the level of English is improving. Don't you agree?
Well, it's difficult to answer this question because the results of students we have, they differ from year to year and the direction is decreasing. But anyway, thank you very much for your answer. And I'm impressed that you are so much positive regarding the future. It's good for a teacher. Thank you.
I think it's very important to be positive at this time, especially when it's not, I think there are a lot of challenges related to, of course, there are a lot of perspectives and good things, but there are a lot of challenges, and I try to be, I don't know, this is what I see, and I think it's very, very important. Thank you very much. So now, next speaker. Well, when I saw the next speaker's topic, Digital Kazakh, I thought about, I have checked the Play Store in my mobile, and I found out that there seem to have appeared so many mobile apps that make learning Kazakh language easier. So
Excuse me, Laura, I'm raising my hand.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting you again. Yeah, she isn't here, right?
Yeah, it's a shame because I think I'm personally interested in digital Kazakh. Yeah, how digital Kazakh is developing. It's very, very important. Okay, thank you very much, Bakhtul.
So actually, you did not steal anybody's time. So you were so vigorous, all right. It was I saw through Laura, you know, with gesticulation and so much passion in what she says. So you can just relax. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, Digital Kazakh, we don't have her today. She canceled her participation because she was really busy. But if you remember, maybe if you remember, we had the organization she represents 2 years ago at our previous conference, and it was really it got good feedback. So we invited her, but then she kind of unfortunately canceled.
Yeah, I was actually looking forward to this presentation because
me too.
Yeah, I'm truly interested in the development of digital Kazakh, how Kazakh is being, taught. It's very important, I think. And okay, then in that case, let me introduce the last but not least speaker. Please welcome our, Maria Bachurka is a dear person to me. We also work together. So Director of the Institute of Language Training and Certification of Kazakh German University, PhD in Linguistics, Maria Bachurka is going to present us her topic, Bridging the Screen Gap. So Maria, you are welcome. The floor is yours.
Maria, there is no sound.
Maybe she wants to go at 4:35 sharp, according to her schedule. Maria, there is no sound, please, if you can hear us.
Yeah, check the microphone. Yeah, probably there is something in the setting.
Maybe try leaving and come back again.
Still no sound.
I think she'll come back in a minute. She's trying more equipment.
Yeah, dear colleagues, I just want to remind you about the website. The link to the quiz is there already. And also I put some links to the from today's conference. So if you want to share some other links, so you can put them here and I would add to our website, conference website.
Ничего не слышу пока.
Yeah, that's great.
Так, где я?
Yes, Maria, we
Да.
can hear you.
Так, а где я, чтобы видела? Давайте тогда отменим уже и все.
No, Maria, we can hear you. And we can see the screen. Everything is okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, dear colleagues. Sorry for being late, and exactly it is connected to also with the topic of my investigation, because technical issues and are also a part of pedagogical or teaching discourse. Yeah, today I would like to talk with you about discourse, teaching discourse. So here you could see, as I'm a last speaker, I wouldn't bother you with the definitions from the books and so on. You will see everything on the screen. I will speak in my own words exactly. And what is discourse exactly? Teaching discourse, pedagogical discourse. There is a great variety of different terms in the linguistic sphere, but I will say teaching discourse. So what is it? So exactly, teaching discourse is exactly another planet, yeah, a separate planet where all of us are living, yeah, because we all spend great amount of time on teaching, on living, on teaching our students, communicating with them, evaluating them, and just we could say interacting with them, yeah. And this planet is as interesting as any other, yeah. So and what is teaching or pedagogical discourse, yeah? So what is teaching discourse? Exactly why I'm interested in this topic, because today we've got many talks about the question, is online teaching discourse another issue, or it's exactly just a transformation of the traditional teaching discourse? So my personal opinion, I think that we are facing a new teaching discourse, online teaching discourse. I think that these two categories, these two issues are quite different. And exactly what is about teaching discourse? You could I think that everybody has heard about environmental discourse, political discourse, about legal discourse, business discourse. So exactly what is, that's a planet. I really like this this word in accordance to this teaching discourse, because exactly it has its own rules, its own participants, hierarchy, traditions, style of communication, and any other issues. And I will start with the rules. Yeah. So exactly when teaching discourse exists, when we've got a teacher and a student, and in traditional situation we've got only a sender and a receiver of the message. Yeah. So then and usually in the traditional sphere, a sender is always a teacher and receiver is always a student, but it's a kind of a thing which is connected with the interaction style of communication. Yeah. That's a kind of very powerful, strong, hierarchical way of communication. So nowadays, especially when you are teaching foreign languages, we are considering a friendly style of communicating and interacting with students. Yeah, and exactly in this situation, so both of you, your students and you are, both of you could change different roles. You could be a receiver, you could be a sender, and exactly, I think that in you way, we do not have such a strong hierarchy. Yeah. So then what are the features of strong hierarchy? When you are saying and students are doing. Yeah. So then that's just like a line. But exactly the world is changing, and today we do not have such relationship with our students. I think mostly we are making a kind of an we are choosing a democratic way of communicating. So also what is another characteristic of the teaching discourse? That's the aim. Yeah. So and I think that it depends what do you want from your student? Yeah, exactly. The aim could be different, but it could be not only teaching, it's also a socializing of students, yeah, teaching them some other issues, not only the materials here, also what is the specific feature of the teaching discourse? That's strategy and tactics, exactly based on the things which you would like them to teach. You are choosing the strategy and the tactics how to get this result. Yeah, and I think that here you should, in order to get success here, you should know your students. You should know your students, because if you've got very creative students and very maybe ambitious, then you will choose another strategy and tactics to get your result. As if you've got passive students who are very closed maybe in communication, whose communicative abilities maybe are not so strong as you will want to be. Yeah, so exactly. Also, we could see here different genres. Yeah, so then it's also a specific feature of any discourse. Yeah, and in teaching discourse, of course, we've got some specific genres. Just to generalize, we've got praise and punishment. Yeah, mostly teachers consider these things as working issues. Yeah, praise. What does it mean? So just to motivate students, what should you do? You should evaluate them positively. Yeah, you should encourage them to do something, maybe to give presents and other things. In punishment, exactly, that's a very strong word, but still, it's a kind of an remarks. Yeah, maybe you are given to them, maybe just even a not a warm glance. Yeah, that's the thing. So exactly all these things are connected with the motivation, and this is exactly a discourse, teaching discourse in traditional way. And what I would like to say is that teaching discourse and the aim of which we want to get, these things depend strongly, critically on the linguistic and extra-linguistic factors. So exactly, in order to answer the question, do we have two different discourses, just traditional one, teaching discourse, and online teaching discourse? So we should answer the question, one or two. I think that two, because, and exactly the answer could be the correlation between these two things, linguistic and extra linguistic factors. So if we compare traditional teaching discourse and online one, what's the main difference? The main difference is the distant learning. Yeah, I would say distance. We are not together with students. We could not use our gestures, mimics, and other things. Sometimes when we are in a traditional classroom, we could even touch a student and give them an encouragement. Yeah, and when we are online, it's quite difficult to do. And so what I would like to say, that when we are here in online teaching discourse, mostly we are motivating, we are teaching, and we are using linguistic things, because most motivation could be done with the help of words. And exactly, I would like to stress that any word we are pronouncing in our teaching discourse, any word could become an event. Yeah, because any word we are pronouncing, it influences a student in some particular way. And exactly this correlation between linguistic and extra linguistic things. Linguistic, these are words and the tactics, strategies, different genres, but extra linguistic, exactly this. Touching, looking, smiling, giving a hug and giving a hug, and other things. Yeah, and all these extra linguistic factors which we are using in a traditional discourse, teaching discourse, we cannot make the same things in our online teaching. And surprisingly, just maybe almost the only thing which could be named an extra linguistics, they are smiles. Yeah, and exactly, that's a very critical issue. Depending on the teacher, some teachers think that, okay, I'm a teacher, I cannot use a smile, but smiles, they become maybe a part of our culture, online culture, yeah, because very often we use, even in a professional communication, we are using smiles to show the reaction. So exactly, it was when some speakers are talking, yeah, and our participants are making something like this, yeah, and exactly, it's really an encouraging, surprisingly, but students really like it. And when they are so isolated, yeah, they really like when you're encouraging them by some, not gestures but smiles, yeah. And I think that, that's exactly a great difference, the smiles which are entering into online teaching discourse. So exactly, we are talking today about difference between two types of discourse, and about new let's say new teaching discourse, online teaching discourse, and exactly that smile. So some teachers consider who are younger, or maybe who are more who are choosing the more friendly strategy to work with, to interact with students. Sorry, they are using the smiles, and even from the practical issues, I would like to give some example, yeah. You know that there is, of course, online culture of teaching and online culture of behavioring during the lesson for students and for teachers. And a critical issue is exactly the camera, yeah? Camera on or camera off. And mostly students prefer to turn the camera off. You could praise them, please turn on your camera, yeah, but they do not do this. And you have to work in these surroundings. And exactly, sometimes students have got only pictures, and in order to ask somebody to answer, you need to take and to say what's the name, yeah. Or sometimes students are starting answering, and you cannot see who is it, and you are saying, okay, who is talking? And exactly, our students consider the things as quite a demotivating one, yeah. It's easy just to tick and to see who is talking, and then say, okay, thank you, I see you are talking very very persuasively, and some other things. But even teachers sometimes quite lazy just to tick and to see who is talking. So even such trifles, yeah, even such things which we consider to be trifles, they are very influential, yeah, on our students' motivation. And so to make a kind of a conclusion, I would like to say that yes, today, that's my opinion, I think we could talk about two different discourses, yeah, traditional teaching discourse and online teaching discourse, because these two discourses are quite different, and they've got their own features and peculiarities. And especially in online teaching discourse, there are many issues which we consider to be trifles, yeah, like using smiles and other things. But very often, exactly these trifles are making the real picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Please welcome if you have any questions. Thank you very much for this. I think it's a very, very important question, the challenge, yeah, about the discourse, communication. It is about communication, especially in online learning. We actually worked on the and on a project in our in one of our courses. It's called curriculum design, and about 1,000 students, university students, took part in this project, in this survey, and about the challenges of online learning at one of the universities in Kazakhstan. And one of the results was actually one of the biggest challenges is about communication. Students, they want to come back to the offline mode. They want to get feedback from their teachers, feedback not about their work, but feedback in general, like communication. And it's not a I think new thing, because there are a lot of recent research actually that shows that the biggest challenge is about communication. It's about discourse, yeah. So I think it's a very, very interesting topic. So what about the audience? Any questions? Ludmila, does the term online teaching discourse include both oral and written discourse? A question from Ludmila. Maria.
Exactly. During the lesson, you could have both forms of teaching. That I think mostly that's about communication, but still, I think both forms could be included.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well, I think while people are maybe typing in their questions, I could just give a follow-up to what Laura you were saying about those, the survey results. I did not have any surveys, but I asked my students to write an essays with their views of how they would like to, how they would prefer to have their further classes and to share their opinions on this distance mode and online mode. Well, for the whole academic year, we were online actually. And so surprisingly, there was quite a share of those students who preferred staying online. I was actually so much surprised. I'm not sure how much these results are representative. Okay, it wasn't exactly a research, but their answers sounded quite sincere. Some of them underlined the idea that this online mode gives them the opportunity to stay within their comfort zone, them being introverted, you understand me? Some people said that they save money. I have students from other cities in Kazakhstan. They said it was, from the economic point of view, it was good for them, and so things like that. So I was surprised that almost a little less than half of my students, they said online was okay.
Yeah.
I suppose there is advantages and disadvantages in both modes. Yeah. So, for example, I would add to this one. Yeah, that master students, they also prefer online teaching and learning. They had an opportunity to have offline classes, but they ask the administration to keep it online because they have to work, so they don't have enough time to go to university. So it's really good for them as well. So it really depends.
Yeah.
On the situation and people. Yeah, and I agree with this. What Maria said. Yeah, about the reaction and communication. I also have an experience with students who were ready to repeat the course. I mean, to repeat the course if it is going to be offline. So they were ready to get unsatisfactory mark just in order to see me in the real class. So that's, people are different. So communication is really a problem when we're teaching online. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, based on the results of this survey that I have talked, it's also, of course, we made a lot of quantitative analysis, and it shows that graduate students, they were more happy about their communication. They are fine because they have their own commitments. They have families, etc. But undergraduate students, like 70% of the correspondence was actually undergraduate students, and they really wanted. And it depends probably on the context as well. Yeah, which university we are talking about, etc. Okay, so if there are any more questions, I would like to thank all the participants, active participants who asked a lot of questions. Yeah, and of course our speakers who spoke about, who gave a lot of informative, presentations, interesting, excellent. I didn't use all these adjectives, but I'm sure that they do describe the presentations. It was very interesting, especially in the time of, online learning. And I would like also to express my warmest thanks to the organizers of the conference, of course, to creating this environment where we could share, our thoughts and knowledge as well. So thank you very much, and well, I wish you good luck, and thank you very much for also letting me be a moderator today. Thank you very much.
Oh, of course, Laura, thank you for your moderation. It was excellent, and it was so good to hear you speaking and to see you speaking. I've missed it. I've missed it. I've missed it a lot.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, we have our closing session, and I think we can just come back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. I think that people from session number 2 will be joining us soon. Okay, so let's wait for a couple of minutes. Somehow the number of participants in this session was bigger. At times it was twice as big. I wonder why it was so.
Where is the questions where we can answer? You said it is on the website. Where is it?
Oh, the quiz, right? The quiz, right?
In certification part, there is a sub-page with the certificate, and there is a quiz.
If you have to go to the website first.
Oh,
and speaking about the website of the quiz, actually, I understand there was a question about the number of questions and whether the participants have to answer all of them. The answer actually is not. To earn a certificate, you have to answer at least half of the questions. Of course, we understand that we had 2 concurrent sessions, and of course, well, we were divided. As for me, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the second session. But anyone has an opportunity to earn the certificate. I think they are finishing at the second session now, and they will come and join us very soon.
So yeah, now we're going
Okay, hello again. So finally, we are coming to the closing session of our today's conference. I can see that most of the participants of session number 2 have joined us. All right, and before I do my final remarks about the conference today, I would like you, dear participants, to share your feedback. Well, namely, I would like to ask the chair of session number 2, Tatiana Lityaykina, to please share your ideas, your feedback, how the session went. Tatiana?
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, actually, the session went extraordinarily well because, well, every of us shared their tips and techniques, how to keep digital learning in action, in engaging process. And, well, we have found lots of interesting, techniques regarding how to engage students and motivate students and which technology is the most appropriate for them, first of all, not to overwhelm them with all these digital literacy skills and waste our time, which is really precious. So, and there are some thoughts for us to think and to consider. And so it would be really lovely if you share the recordings of this conference with every participant. Thank you, because there is a lot to study.
Surely, yes. We are going to publish the recordings. That's why we are doing the recordings, actually. It is going to take us a little bit of time, of course, yeah, to publish it all on our website, but we are definitely going to do that. Well, dear colleagues, anything else that you would like to mention about session number 2? We are here with my colleagues in the same room, actually, doing this this thing, and I saw actually from time to time my colleagues participating in session number 2, smiling and sometimes even laughing. So I got the idea that probably from time to time it was quite funny, quite engaging.
Probably it would be a good idea, well, for us to exchange these tips. So some kind of find what are our takeaways. For example, as I've already mentioned to Seth, I really appreciate his tip about 2 selfies to take for students to let them be physically active during online session and at the same time engaging and useful in terms of learning. They can take the first selfie and the next selfie. That something is disrupting if when we teach either present continuous or past continuous or past perfect something. So both it should be motivating, interesting, and engaging for students and of learning effect. So any other tips from our group? So you're welcome to share, well, either in the chat box or unmute yourself. I guess Nursultan can help us in this term. So, and if we would be happy to hear something from the group number 1.
Okay, so actually it is my job now again to do this little wrap up of the event that we had today. So before I proceed with this, I would like to make a small announcement, actually which I repeated today several times concerning the certificates. Dear colleagues, please bear in mind that to earn a certificate, you do not have to answer all the questions. It is quite logical, it is understandable that you were today divided into 2 concurrent sessions. So to get a certificate, you only, it is enough to answer at least half of the questions. Please remember that. I will go to the website while my wrap up a little later. Okay, so as to the things I would like to mention connected with the feedback, let me just continue with the feedback. My colleagues sent me some pieces of feedback they collected from the website. Let me just quickly read them. So somebody says, the conference is worth attending, great ideas for teaching and research, scholarly presenters, hot topics, excellent organization and delivery. Then somebody says, I enjoyed Professor Olga Ishenko's workshop. It was very informative and interactive. I learned about various websites and platforms and about different ways of arranging useful online activities via these educational tools for my students. Please invite other speakers who can present in a similar way. I think this is a very valuable feedback. Somebody says, thank you for an interesting and versatile plenary session. Another attendant says, the conference is very informative, have obtained a lot of knowledge. Special thanks to Olga. Her presentation images in the classroom are so inspiring. So again, these are just some of the feedback that was shared. I cannot just really read all of it. It's just some pieces that my colleagues shared with me. Okay, and so concerning the conference, there are a few points that I would like to highlight in my wrap-up talk. So first of all, as it was already mentioned today, this conference is second in line, so it may be considered as a continuation of the tradition which started in 2019 when we had this first conference teaching foreign languages in the era of digitalization. We organized it jointly with Satpayev University, and that conference focused more on technical issues. We did not have this aim to focus on technical issues solely, but that was the outcome. All right. And we also had this understanding that those technical side of the issues is just about tools. All right. And so there was an understanding that what matters is what a teacher does with those tools. All right. And of course, another point to mention is that this current pandemic advanced digitalization greatly. Well, again, if at the previous conference, those learning management systems, different platforms were presented as something new, something to discover, something a little bit scary for the teachers who are not digital natives. Now, today, most of those things are not, they do not present quite a challenge, okay? Again, because this pandemic advanced digitalization greatly, for better or worse. And it seems that digitalization stays with us forever, although in different forms. And today, a number of learning management systems were mentioned. You may agree with me. Well, and so our today's conference shows that issues like focusing on teacher and learner identities, teacher agency, developing critical thinking, academic honesty, adjusting to socio-economic divide, creativity, peculiarities of online pedagogical discourse, all those issues now come into spotlight. Digitalization or no digitalization, those are the issues that stay with us. Well, and of course, I want to mention another fact that today some speakers provided quite informative, honest insights into the state of things in Kazakhstan. It is no secret to us that we do face quite a lot of challenges, quite a lot of difficulties, and so we do have to think how to deal with them. All those things said, though, staying positive was also mentioned, and I would like to draw your attention, dear participants, to staying positive. We, of course, agree that the pandemic brought us a lot of problems, a lot of challenges, and we do miss face-to-face communication. We do miss, big rounds of applause after presentations. We do miss non-verbal communication, surely. But again, those times, I just call you to look at those times as giving and opening a lot of different opportunities for us. And one of them is that this conference today has been possible. Beyond pandemic, I really do not imagine how we could ensure that half of our keynote speakers, for example, and not keynote, just paper presenters, could come to our country, to Almaty, well, because of different issues. I think you understand them. But again, organizing an event online has been quite possible. And I'm really sincerely very, very grateful for our dear speakers today who agreed to talk today, who took it even as honor, who enjoyed being with us today. And one more thing, it is not the least thing, but the last but not the least thing I would like to mention is, okay, I think I need to share my screen. I would like to show the website. Could you please tell me if you can see the website? Okay, I see. Excellent. Well, again, I proudly show this website to you because it is again our joint, the fruit of our joint efforts. And I would like just to show you what it looks like. So this is the home page, and here there is you can see the window where you could see the streaming of our event. And here was the program, and here is the information about keynote speakers. And of course, here you can see, well, browse through the pages, different pages. For example, this one is quite essential to us on earning the certificates. So here you can see the form that you should fill in to get your certificate. And of course, here you can see a page with abstracts. And now let me go back home. So there is one more thing that I would like to pay your attention to. Well, and that's this one, conference team. And I would like you please to pay attention to the names of my dear colleagues, without whose collaboration and efforts this event wouldn't be possible. Let me just read their names. Those are my colleagues Ainur Sultangazina, Girim Kabdolanova, Nursultana Shrimbetov, you could see him today, Nigara Yergesheva, me, Maria Bachurka, Tatiana Brikalova, Larisa Lee, Saida Vilyamova, and Olga Yeremenko. So again, I want to thank my colleagues sincerely, because again, what happened today was the product of our joint efforts. Okay, and going back to the conference. Okay, I'm not sure how to stop sharing the screen.
There is stop sharing button.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it works. Thank you. Thank you. Well, and so these are the things that I would like to share with you as wrap up. So, dear colleagues, I think that with this we can finish our meeting today. I look forward to further collaboration. I hope that there will be more projects where you will be participating. As to the technical side of the event, I think that thank God, thank the Creator Almighty, we did not have problems with the, well, technical problems today, and there were no power blackouts. And we are finishing quite on time as it was planned. Thank you very much again, dear participants. I hope to see you again in the future, in the near future or further future, but thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.